The Further Adventures of Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe. Chapter I revisits Island, that homely proverb, used on so many occasions in England, viz., that what is bred in the bone will not go out of the flesh, was never more verified than in the story of my life. Anyone would think that after 35 years' affliction and a variety of unhappy circumstances, which few men, if any, ever went through before, and after near 7 years of peace and enjoyment in the fullness of all things, grown old, and when, if ever, it might be allowed me to have had experience of every state of middle life, and to know which was most adapted to make a man completely happy, I say, after all this, anyone would have thought that the native propensity to rambling which I gave an account of in my first setting out in the world to have been so predominant in my thoughts, should be worn out, and I might, at 61 years of age, have been a little inclined to stay at home, and have done venturing life and fortune any more. Nay, farther, the common motive of foreign adventures was taken away in me, for I had no fortune to make. I had nothing to seek. If I had gained £10,000, I had been no richer, for I had already sufficient for me, and for those I had to leave it to, and what I had was visibly increasing. For having no great family, I could not spend the income of what I had unless I would set up for an expensive way of living, such as a great family, servants, equipage, gaiety, and the like, which were things I had no notion of or inclination to, so that I had nothing indeed to do but to sit still, and fully enjoy what I had got, and see it increase daily upon my hands. Yet all these things had no effect upon me, or at least not enough to resist the strong inclination I had to go abroad again, which hung about me like a chronic distemper. In particular, the desire of seeing my new plantation in the island, and the colony I left there, ran in my head continually. I dreamed of it all night, and my imagination ran upon it all day. It was uppermost in all my thoughts, and my fancy worked so steadily and strongly upon it that I talked of it in my sleep. In short, nothing could remove it out of my mind. It even broke so violently into all my discourses that it made my conversation tiresome, for I could talk of nothing else. All my discourse ran into it, even to impertinence, and I saw it myself. I have often heard persons of good judgment say that all the stir that people make in the world about ghosts and apparitions is owing to the strength of imagination and the powerful operation of fancy in their minds, that there is no such thing as a spirit appearing or a ghost walking, that people's poring affectionately upon the past conversation of their deceased friends so realizes it to them that they are capable of fancying, upon some extraordinary circumstances, that they see them, talk to them, and are answered by them, when in truth there is nothing but shadow and vapor in the thing, and they really know nothing of the matter. For my part, I know not to this hour whether there are any such things as real apparitions, specters, or walking of people after they are dead, or whether there is anything in the stories they tell us of that kind more than the product of vapors, sick minds, and wandering fancies. But this I know, that my imagination worked up to such a height, and brought me into such excessive vapors, or what else I may call it, that I actually supposed myself often upon the spot, at my old castle behind the trees, saw my old Spaniard, Friday's father, and the reprobate sailors I left upon the island. Nay, I fancied I talked with them, and looked at them steadily, though I was broad awake, as at persons just before me, and this I did till I often frightened myself with the images my fancy represented to me. One time, in my sleep, I had the villainy of the three pirate sailors so lively related to me by the first Spaniard, and Friday's father, that it was surprising. They told me how they barbarously attempted to murder all the Spaniards, and that they set fire to the provisions they had laid up, on purpose to distress and starve them, things that I had never heard of, and that indeed were never all of them true in fact. But it was so warm in my imagination, and so realized to me, that to the hour I saw them, I could not be persuaded but that it was or would be true. Also how I resented it, when the Spaniard complained to me, and how I brought them to justice, tried them, and ordered them all three to be hanged. What there was really in this shall be seen in its place. For however I came to form such things in my dream, and what secret converse of spirits injected it, yet there was, I say, much of it true. I own that this dream had nothing in it literally and specifically true, but the general part was so true the base, villainous behavior of these three hardened rogues was such, and had been so much worse than all I can describe, that the dream had too much similitude of the fact, and as I would afterwards have punished them severely, so, if I had hanged them all, I had been much in the right, and even should have been justified both by the laws of God and man. But to return to my story. In this kind of temper I lived some years. I had no enjoyment of my life, no pleasant hours, no agreeable diversion but what had something or other of this in it, so that my wife, who saw my mind wholly bent upon it, told me very seriously one night that she believed there was some secret, powerful impulse of Providence upon me, which had determined me to go thither again, and that she found nothing hindered me going but my being engaged to a wife and children. She told me that it was true she could not think of parting with me, but as she was assured that if she was dead, it would be the first thing I would do. So, as it seemed to her that the thing was determined above, she would not be the only obstruction. For if I thought fit, and resolved to go here, she found me very intent upon her words, and that I looked very earnestly at her, so that it a little disordered her, and she stopped. I asked her why she did not go on, and say out what she was going to say. But I perceived that her heart was too full, and some tears stood in her eyes. "Speak out, my dear," said I. "Are you willing I should go?" "No," says she very affectionately. "I am far from willing, but if you are resolved to go," says she, "rather than I would be the only hindrance, I will go with you, For though I think it a most preposterous thing for one of your years, and in your condition, yet if it must be, said she again weeping, I would not leave you. For if it be of heaven you must do it, there is no resisting it. And if heaven make it your duty to go, he will also make it mine to go with you, or otherwise dispose of me, that I may not obstruct it. This affectionate behavior of my wife's brought me a little out of the vapors, and I began to consider what I was doing. I corrected my wandering fancy, and began to argue with myself sedately what business I had after 60 years, and after such a life of tedious sufferings and disasters, enclosed in so happy and easy a manner, I say, what business had I to rush into new hazards, and put myself upon adventures fit only for youth and poverty to run into? With those thoughts I considered my new engagement, that I had a wife, one child born, and my wife then great with child of another, that I had all the world could give me, and had no need to seek hazard for gain, that I was declining in years, and ought to think rather of leaving what I had gained than of seeking to increase it, that as to what my wife had said of its being an impulse from heaven, and that it should be my duty to go, I had no notion of that. So, after many of these cogitations, I struggled with the power of my imagination, reasoned myself out of it, as I believe people may always do in like cases if they will. In a word, I conquered it, composed myself with such arguments as occurred to my thoughts, and which my present condition furnished me plentifully with, and particularly, as the most effectual method, I resolved to divert myself with other things, and to engage in some business that might effectually tie me up from any more excursions of this kind, for I found that thing return upon me chiefly when I was idle, and had nothing to do, nor anything of moment immediately before me. To this purpose, I bought a little farm in the county of Bedford, and resolved to remove myself thither. I had a little convenient house upon it, and the land about it, I found, was capable of great improvement, and it was many ways suited to my inclination, which delighted in cultivating, managing, planting, and improving of land, and particularly, being an inland country, I was removed from conversing among sailors and things relating to the remote parts of the world. I went down to my farm, settled my family, bought plows, harrows, a cart, wagon horses, cows, and sheep, and, setting seriously to work, became in 1/2 year a mere country gentleman. My thoughts were entirely taken up in managing my servants, cultivating the ground, enclosing, planting, and I lived, as I thought, the most agreeable life that nature was capable of directing, or that a man always bred to misfortunes was capable of retreating to. I farmed upon my own land. I had no rent to pay, was limited by no articles. I could pull up or cut down as I pleased. What I planted was for myself, and what I improved was for my family. And having thus left off the thoughts of wandering, I had not the least discomfort in any part of life as to this world. Now I thought, indeed, that I enjoyed the middle state of life which my father so earnestly recommended to me, and lived a kind of heavenly life, something like what is described by the poet upon the subject of a country life, free from vices, free from care. Age has no pain, and youth no snare. But in the middle of all this felicity, one blow from unseen Providence unhinged me at once, and not only made a breach upon me inevitable and incurable, but drove me, by its consequences, into a deep relapse of the wandering disposition, which, as I may say, being born in my very blood, soon recovered its hold of me, and, like the returns of a violent distemper, came on with an irresistible force upon me. This blow was the loss of my wife. It is not my business here to write an elegy upon my wife, give a character of her particular virtues, and make my court to the sex by the flattery of a funeral sermon. She was, in a few words, the stay of all my affairs, the center of all my enterprises, the engine that, by her prudence, reduced me to that happy compass I was in, from the most extravagant and ruinous project that filled my head, and did more to guide my rambling genius than a mother's tears, a father's instructions, a friend's counsel, or all my own reasoning powers could do. I was happy in listening to her, and in being moved by her entreaties, and to the last degree desolate and dislocated in the world by the loss of her. When she was gone, the world looked awkwardly round me. I was as much a stranger in it, in my thoughts, as I was in the Brazils, when I first went on shore there, and as much alone, except for the assistance of servants, as I was in my island. I knew neither what to think nor what to do. I saw the world busy around me, one part laboring for bread, another part squandering in vile excesses or empty pleasures, but equally miserable because the end they proposed still fled from them. For the men of pleasure every day surfeited of their vice, and heaped up work for sorrow and repentance. And the men of labor spent their strength in daily struggling for bread, to maintain the vital strength they labored with. So living in a daily circulation of sorrow, living but to work, and working but to live, as if daily bread were the only end of wearisome life, and a wearisome life the only occasion of daily bread. This put me in mind of the life I lived in my kingdom, the island, where I suffered no more corn to grow, because I did not want it, and bred no more goats, because I had no more use for them, where the money lay in the drawer till it grew mouldy, and had scarce the favor to be looked upon in 20 years. All these things, had I improved them as I ought to have done, and as reason and religion had dictated to me, would have taught me to search farther than human enjoyments for a full felicity, and that there was something which certainly was the reason and end of life superior to all these things, and which was either to be possessed, or at least hoped for, on this side of the grave. But my sage counselor was gone. I was like a ship without a pilot, that could only run afore the wind. My thoughts ran all away again into the old affair. My head was quite turned with the whimsies of foreign adventures, and all the pleasant, innocent amusements of my farm, my garden, my cattle, and my family, which before entirely possessed me, were nothing to me, had no relish, and were like music to one that has no ear, or food to one that has no taste. In a word, I resolved to leave off housekeeping, let my farm, and return to London, and in a few months after I did so. When I came to London, I was still as uneasy as I was before. I had no relish for the place, no employment in it, nothing to do but to saunter about like an idle person, of whom it may be said he is perfectly useless in God's creation. And it is not one farthing's matter to the rest of his kind whether he be dead or alive. This also was the thing which, of all circumstances of life, was the most my aversion, who had been all my days used to an active life, and I would often say to myself, a state of idleness is the very dregs of life, and indeed, I thought I was much more suitably employed when I was 26 days making a deal board. It was now the beginning of the year 1693, when my nephew, whom, as I have observed before, I had brought up to the sea, and had made him commander of a ship, was come home from a short voyage to Bilbao, being the first he had made. He came to me, and told me that some merchants of his acquaintance had been proposing to him to go a voyage for them to the East Indies, and to China as private traders. And now, uncle, says he, if you will go to sea with me, I will engage to land you upon your old habitation in the island, for we are to touch at the Brazils. Nothing can be a greater demonstration of a future state, and of the existence of an invisible world, than the concurrence of second causes with the idea of things which we form in our minds, perfectly reserved, and not communicated to any in the world. My nephew knew nothing how far my distemper of wandering was returned upon me, and I knew nothing of what he had in his thought to say, when that very morning, before he came to me, I had, in a great deal of confusion of thought, and revolving every part of my circumstances in my mind, come to this resolution, that I would go to Lisbon and consult with my old sea captain, and if it was rational and practicable, I would go and see the island again. And what was become of my people there? I had pleased myself with the thoughts of peopling the place, and carrying inhabitants from hence, getting a patent for the possession, and I know not what, when in the middle of all this, in comes my nephew, as I have said, with his project of carrying me thither in his way to the East Indies. I paused a while at his words, and looking steadily at him, "What devil," said I, "sent you on this unlucky errand?" My nephew stared as if he had been frightened at first, but perceiving that I was not much displeased at the proposal, he recovered himself. "I hope it may not be an unlucky proposal. Sir," says he, "I dare say you would be pleased to see your new colony there, where you once reigned with more felicity than most of your brother monarchs in the world. In a word, the scheme hit so exactly with my temper, that is to say, the prepossession I was under, and of which I have said so much, that I told him, in a few words, if he agreed with the merchants, I would go with him. But I told him I would not promise to go any further than my own island. Why, sir, says he, you don't want to be left there again, I hope. But, said I, can you not take me up again on your return? He told me it would not be possible to do so, that the merchants would never allow him to come that way with a laden ship of such value, it being a month's sail out of his way, and might be 3 or 4. Besides, sir, if I should miscarry, said he, and not return at all, then you would be just reduced to the condition you were in before. This was very rational, but we both found out a remedy for it, which was to carry a framed sloop on board the ship, which, being taken in pieces, might, by the help of some carpenters, whom we agreed to carry with us, be set up again in the island, and finished fit to go to sea in a few days. I was not long resolving, for indeed the importunities of my nephew joined so effectually with my inclination that nothing could oppose me. On the other hand, my wife being dead, none concerned themselves so much for me as to persuade me one way or the other, except my ancient good friend the widow, who earnestly struggled with me to consider my years, my easy circumstances, and the needless hazards of a long voyage, and above all my young children. But it was all to no purpose. I had an irresistible desire for the voyage, and I told her I thought there was something so uncommon in the impressions I had upon my mind, that it would be a kind of resisting Providence if I should attempt to stay at home, after which she ceased her expostulations, and joined with me, not only in making provision for my voyage, but also in settling my family affairs for my absence, and providing for the education of my children. In order to do this, I made my will, and settled the estate I had in such a manner for my children, and placed in such hands, that I was perfectly easy and satisfied they would have justice done them, whatever might befall me, and for their education I left it wholly to the widow, with a sufficient maintenance to herself for her care, all which she richly deserved, for no mother could have taken more care in their education, or understood it better, and as she lived till I came home, I also lived to thank her for it. My nephew was ready to sail about the beginning of January 1694-5, and I, with my man Friday, went on board in the Downs the 8th, having, besides that sloop which I mentioned above, a very considerable cargo of all kinds of necessary things for my colony, which, if I did not find in good condition, I resolved to leave so. First, I carried with me some servants, whom I purposed to place there as inhabitants, or at least to set on work there upon my account while I stayed, and either to leave them there or carry them forward, as they should appear willing. Particularly, I carried 2 carpenters, a smith, and a very handy, ingenious fellow, who was a cooper by trade, and was also a general mechanic, for he was dexterous at making wheels and handmills to grind corn, was a good turner and a good pot maker. He also made anything that was proper to make of earth or of wood, in a word, We called him our jack of all trades. With these, I carried a tailor who had offered himself to go a passenger to the East Indies with my nephew, but afterwards consented to stay on our new plantation, and who proved a most necessary handy fellow as could be desired in many other businesses besides that of his trade. For as I observed formerly, necessity arms us for all employments. My cargo, as near as I can recollect, for I have not kept account of the particulars, consisted of a sufficient quantity of linen, and some English thin stuffs, for clothing the Spaniards that I expected to find there, and enough of them, as by my calculation might comfortably supply them for 7 years, if I remember right. The materials I carried for clothing them, with gloves, hats, shoes, stockings, and all such things as they could want for wearing, amounted to about 200 pounds, including some beds, bedding, and household stuff, particularly kitchen utensils with pots, kettles, pewter, brass, and sea, and near 100 pounds more in ironwork, nails, tools of every kind, staples, hooks, hinges, and every necessary thing I could think of. I carried also 100 spare arms, muskets, and fusees, besides some pistols, a considerable quantity of shot of all sizes, 3 or 4 tons of lead, and 2 pieces of brass cannon, and, because I knew not what time and what extremities I was providing for, I carried 100 barrels of powder, besides swords, cutlasses, and the iron part of some pikes and halberds. In short, we had a large magazine of all sorts of store, and I made my nephew carry 2 small quarter-deck guns more than he wanted for his ship, to leave behind if there was occasion, so that when we came there we might build a fort and man it against all sorts of enemies. Indeed, I at first thought there would be need enough for all, and much more, if we hoped to maintain our possession of the island, as shall be seen in the course of that story. I had not such bad luck in this voyage as I had been used to meet with, and therefore shall have the less occasion to interrupt the reader, who perhaps may be impatient to hear how matters went with my colony. Yet some odd accidents, cross winds and bad weather happened on this first setting out, which made the voyage longer than I expected it at first. And I, who had never made but one voyage, my first voyage to Guinea, in which I might be said to come back again, as the voyage was at first designed, began to think the same ill fate attended me, and that I was born to be never contented with being on shore, and yet to be always unfortunate at sea. Contrary winds first put us to the northward, and we were obliged to put in at Galway in Ireland, where we lay windbound 22 days. But we had this satisfaction with the disaster, that provisions were here exceeding cheap, and in the utmost plenty, so that while we lay here we never touched the ship's stores, but rather added to them. Here also I took in several live hogs, and 2 cows with their calves, which I resolved, if I had a good passage, to put on shore in my island. But we found occasion to dispose otherwise of them. We set out on the 5th of February from Ireland, and had a very fair gale of wind for some days. As I remember, it might be about the 20th of February in the evening late, when the mate, having the watch, came into the roundhouse and told us he saw a flash of fire and heard a gun fired. And while he was telling us of it, a boy came in and told us the boatswain heard another. This made us all run out upon the quarter-deck, where for a while we heard nothing, but in a few minutes we saw a very great light, and found that there was some very terrible fire at a distance. Immediately we had recourse to our reckonings, in which we all agreed that there could be no land that way in which the fire showed itself. No, not for 500 leagues, for it appeared at W&W. Upon this, we concluded it must be some ship on fire at sea, and as, by our hearing the noise of guns just before, we concluded that it could not be far off, we stood directly towards it, and were presently satisfied we should discover it. Because the further we sailed, the greater the light appeared, though the weather being hazy, we could not perceive anything but the light for a while. In about half an hour's sailing, the wind being fair for us, though not much of it, and the weather clearing up a little, we could plainly discern that it was a great ship on fire in the middle of the sea. I was most sensibly touched with this disaster, though not at all acquainted with the persons engaged in it. I presently recollected my former circumstances, and what condition I was in when taken up by the Portuguese captain, and how much more deplorable the circumstances of the poor creatures belonging to that ship must be, if they had no other ship in company with them. Upon this I immediately ordered that 5 guns should be fired, one soon after another, that, if possible, we might give notice to them that there was help for them at hand, and that they might endeavor to save themselves in their boat. For though we could see the flames of the ship, yet they, it being night, could see nothing of us. We lay by some time upon this, only driving as the burning ship drove, waiting for daylight, when on a sudden, to our great terror, though we had reason to expect it, the ship blew up in the air, and in a few minutes all the fire was out. That is to say, the rest of the ship sunk. This was a terrible, and indeed an afflicting sight for the sake of the poor men, who, I concluded, must be either all destroyed in the ship, or be in the utmost distress in their boat in the middle of the ocean, which at present, as it was dark, I could not see. However, to direct them as well as I could, I caused lights to be hung out in all parts of the ship where we could, and which we had lanterns for, and kept firing guns all the night long, letting them know by this that there was a ship not far off. About 8 o'clock in the morning, we discovered the ship's boats by the help of our perspective glasses, and found there were 2 of them, both thronged with people and deep in the water. We perceived they rowed, the wind being against them, that they saw our ship, and did their utmost to make us see them. We immediately spread our ancient, to let them know we saw them, and hung a waft out as a signal for them to come on board, and then made more sail, standing directly to them. In little more than half an hour we came up with them, and took them all in, being no less than 64 men, women, and children, for there were a great many passengers. Upon inquiry, we found it was a French merchant ship of 300 tons, homebound from Quebec. The master gave us a long account of the distress of his ship, how the fire began in the steerage by the negligence of the steersman, which on his crying out for help was, as everybody thought, entirely put out. But they soon found that some sparks of the first fire had got into some part of the ship, so difficult to come at that they could not effectually quench it. And afterwards, getting in between the timbers, and within the ceiling of the ship, it proceeded into the hold, and mastered all the skill and all the application they were able to exert. They had no more to do then but to get into their boats, which, to their great comfort, were pretty large, being their longboat and a great shallop besides a small skiff, which was of no great service to them, other than to get some fresh water and provisions into her. After they had secured their lives from the fire, they had indeed small hopes of their lives by getting into these boats at that distance from any land, only, as they said, that they thus escaped from the fire, and there was a possibility that some ship might happen to be at sea and might take them in. They had sails, oars, and a compass, and had as much provision and water as, with sparing it so as to be next door to starving, might support them about 12 days, in which, if they had no bad weather and no contrary winds, the captain said he hoped he might get to the banks of Newfoundland, and might perhaps take some fish, to sustain them till they might go on shore. But there were so many chances against them in all these cases, such as storms, to overset and founder them, rains and cold to benumb and perish their limbs, contrary winds to keep them out and starve them, that it must have been next to miraculous if they had escaped. In the midst of their consternation, every one being hopeless and ready to despair, the captain, with tears in his eyes, told me they were on a sudden surprised with the joy of hearing a gun fire, and after that 4 more. These were the 5 guns which I caused to be fired at first seeing the light. This revived their hearts, and gave them the notice, which as above I desired it should, that there was a ship at hand for their help. It was upon the hearing of these guns that they took down their masts and sails. The sound coming from the windward, they resolved to lie by till morning. Some time after this, hearing no more guns, they fired 3 muskets, one a considerable while after another. But these, the wind being contrary, we never heard. Some time after that again, they were still more agreeably surprised with seeing our lights, and hearing the guns, which, as I have said, I caused to be fired all the rest of the night. This set them to work with their oars to keep their boats ahead, at least that we might the sooner come up with them, and at last, to their inexpressible joy, they found we saw them. It is impossible for me to express the several gestures, the strange ecstasies, the variety of postures which these poor delivered people ran into, to express the joy of their souls at so unexpected a deliverance. Grief and fear are easily described, sighs, tears. Groans and a very few motions of the head and hands make up the sum of its variety, but an excess of joy. A surprise of joy has 1,000 extravagances in it. There were some in tears, some raging and tearing themselves, as if they had been in the greatest agonies of sorrow, some stark raving and downright lunatic. Some ran about the ship stamping with their feet, others wringing their hands. Some were dancing, some singing, some laughing, more crying, many quite dumb, not able to speak a word, others sick and vomiting, several swooning and ready to faint, and a few were crossing themselves and giving God thanks. I would not wrong them either. There might be many that were thankful afterwards, but the passion was too strong for them at first, and they were not able to master it. Then were thrown into ecstasies and a kind of frenzy, and it was but a very few that were composed and serious in their joy. Perhaps also, the case may have some addition to it from the particular circumstance of that nation they belonged to, I mean the French, whose temper is allowed to be more volatile, more passionate, and more sprightly, and their spirits more fluid than in other nations. I am not philosopher enough to determine the cause, but nothing I had ever seen before came up to it. The ecstasies poor Friday, my trusty savage, was in when he found his father in the boat came the nearest to it, and the surprise of the master and his two companions, whom I delivered from the villains that set them on shore in the island, came a little way towards it. But nothing was to compare to this, either that I saw in Friday, or anywhere else in my life. It is further observable that these extravagances did not show themselves in that different manner I have mentioned, in different persons only, but all the variety would appear in a short succession of moments, in one and the same person, a man that we saw this minute dumb, and as it were, stupid and confounded, would the next minute be dancing and hallooing like an antic, and the next moment be tearing his hair or pulling his clothes to pieces and stamping them under his feet like a madman. In a few moments after that we would have him all in tears, then sick, swooning, and, had not immediate help been had, he would in a few moments have been dead. Thus it was, not with one or two, or 10 or 20, but with the greatest part of them. And if I remember right, our surgeon was obliged to let blood of about 30 persons. There were 2 priests among them, one an old man, and the other a young man. And that which was strangest was, the oldest man was the worst. As soon as he set his foot on board our ship and saw himself safe, he dropped down stone dead to all appearance. Not the least sign of life could be perceived in him. Our surgeon immediately applied proper remedies to recover him, and was the only man in the ship that believed he was not dead. At length he opened a vein in his arm, having first chafed and rubbed the part so as to warm it as much as possible. Upon this the blood, which only dropped at first, flowing freely, in 3 minutes after the man opened his eyes, a quarter of an hour after that he spoke, grew better, and after the blood was stopped, he walked about, told us he was perfectly well, and took a dram of cordial which the surgeon gave him. About a quarter of an hour after this, they came running into the cabin to the surgeon, who was bleeding a Frenchwoman that had fainted, and told him the priest was gone stark mad. It seems he had begun to revolve the change of his circumstances in his mind, and again this put him into an ecstasy of joy. His spirits whirled about faster than the vessels could convey them, the blood grew hot and feverish, and the man was as fit for Bedlam as any creature that ever was in it. The surgeon would not bleed him again in that condition, but gave him something to doze and put him to sleep, which, after some time, operated upon him, and he awoke next morning perfectly composed and well. The younger priest behaved with great command of his passions, and was really an example of a serious, well-governed mind. At his first coming on board the ship, he threw himself flat on his face, prostrating himself in thankfulness for his deliverance, in which I unhappily and unseasonably disturbed him, really thinking he had been in a swoon. But he spoke calmly, thanked me, told me he was giving God thanks for his deliverance, begged me to leave him a few moments, and that, next to his Maker, he would give me thanks also. I was heartily sorry that I disturbed him, and not only left him, but kept others from interrupting him also. He continued in that posture about 3 minutes, or little more after I left him, then came to me as he had said he would, and with a great deal of seriousness and affection, but with tears in his eyes, thanked me that had, under God, given him and so many miserable creatures their lives. I told him I had no need to tell him to thank God for it, rather than me, for I had seen that he had done that already. But I added that it was nothing but what reason and humanity dictated to all men, and that we had as much reason as he to give thanks to God, who had blessed us so far as to make us the instruments of his mercy to so many of his creatures. After this, the young priest applied himself to his countrymen, and labored to compose them. He persuaded, entreated, argued, reasoned with them, and did his utmost to keep them within the exercise of their reason. And with some he had success, though others were for a time out of all government of themselves. I cannot help committing this to writing, as perhaps it may be useful to those into whose hands it may fall, for guiding themselves in the extravagances of their passions. For if an excess of joy can carry men out to such a length beyond the reach of their reason, what will not the extravagances of anger, rage, and a provoked mind carry us to? And, indeed, here I saw reason for keeping an exceeding watch over our passions of every kind, as well those of joy and satisfaction as those of sorrow and anger. We were somewhat disordered by these extravagances among our new guests for the first day. But after they had retired to lodgings provided for them, as well as our ship would allow, and had slept heartily as most of them did, being fatigued and frightened, they were quite another sort of people the next day. Nothing of good manners, or civil acknowledgments for the kindness shown them, was wanting. The French, it is known, are naturally apt enough to exceed that way. The captain and one of the priests came to me the next day, and desired to speak with me and my nephew. The commander began to consult with us what should be done with them, and first, they told us we had saved their lives, so all they had was little enough for a return to us for that kindness received. The captain said they had saved some money and some things of value in their boats, caught hastily out of the flames, and if we would accept it, they were ordered to make an offer of it all to us. They only desired to be set on shore somewhere in our way, where, if possible, they might get a passage to France. My nephew wished to accept their money at first word, and to consider what to do with them afterwards. But I overruled him in that part, for I knew what it was to be set on shore in a strange country. And if the Portuguese captain that took me up at sea had served me so, and taken all I had for my deliverance, I must have been starved, or have been as much a slave at the Brazils as I had been at Barbary, the mere being sold to a Mahometan excepted. And perhaps a Portuguese is not a much better master than a Turk, if not in some cases much worse. I therefore told the French captain that we had taken them up in their distress. It was true, but that it was our duty to do so, as we were fellow creatures, and we would desire to be so delivered if we were in the like or any other extremity, that we had done nothing for them, but what we believed they would have done for us if we had been in their case, and they in ours, but that we took them up to save them, not to plunder them, and it would be a most barbarous thing to take that little from them which they had saved out of the fire, and then set them on shore and leave them. That this would be first to save them from death, and then kill them ourselves, save them from drowning, and abandon them to starving. And therefore I would not let the least thing be taken from them. As to setting them on shore, I told them indeed that was an exceeding difficulty to us, for that the ship was bound to the East Indies, and though we were driven out of our course to the westward, a very great way, and perhaps were directed by heaven on purpose for their deliverance, yet it was impossible for us wilfully to change our voyage on their particular account. Nor could my nephew, the captain, answer it to the freighters, with whom he was under charter to pursue his voyage by way of Brazil. And all I knew we could do for them was to put ourselves in the way of meeting with other ships homeward bound from the West Indies, and get them a passage, if possible, to England or France. The first part of the proposal was so generous and kind they could not but be very thankful for it. But they were in very great consternation, especially the passengers, at the notion of being carried away to the East Indies. They then entreated me that, as I was driven so far to the westward before I met with them, I would at least keep on the same course to the banks of Newfoundland, where it was probable I might meet with some ship or sloop that they might hire to carry them back to Canada. I thought this was but a reasonable request on their part, and therefore I inclined to agree to it. For indeed, I considered that to carry this whole company to the East Indies would not only be an intolerable severity upon the poor people, but would be ruining our whole voyage by devouring all our provisions. So I thought it no breach of charter party, but what an unforeseen accident made absolutely necessary to us, and in which no one could say we were to blame. For the laws of God and nature would have forbid that we should refuse to take up two boats full of people in such a distressed condition, and the nature of the thing, as well respecting ourselves as the poor people, obliged us to set them on shore somewhere or other for their deliverance. So I consented that we would carry them to Newfoundland if wind and weather would permit, and if not, I would carry them to Martinico. In the West Indies, the wind continued fresh easterly, but the weather pretty good, and as the winds had continued in the points between NE and SE a long time, we missed several opportunities of sending them to France, for we met several ships bound to Europe, whereof two were French, from St. Christopher's, but they had been so long beating up against the wind that they durst take in no passengers, for fear of wanting provisions for the voyage, as well for themselves as for those they should take in. So we were obliged to go on. It was about a week after this that we made the banks of Newfoundland, where, to shorten my story, we put all our French people on board a bark, which they hired at sea there, to put them on shore, and afterwards to carry them to France, if they could get provisions to victual themselves with. When I say all the French went on shore, I should remember that the young priest I spoke of, hearing we were bound to the East Indies, desired to go the voyage with us, and to be set on shore on the coast of Coromandel, which I readily agreed to, for I wonderfully liked the man, and had very good reason, as will appear afterwards. Also 4 of the seamen entered themselves on our ship, and proved very useful fellows. From hence we directed our course for the West Indies, steering away S and S by E for about 20 days together, sometimes little or no wind at all, when we met with another subject for our humanity to work upon, almost as deplorable as that before. Chapter II, Intervening History of Colony. It was in the latitude of 27 degrees 5 minutes N. On the 19th day of March 1694-95, when we spied a sail, our course SE, and by S we soon perceived it was a large vessel, and that she bore up to us, but could not at first know what to make of her, till, after coming a little nearer, we found she had lost her maintopmast, foremast, and bowsprit, and presently she fired a gun as a signal of distress. The weather was pretty good, wind at NNW, a fresh gale, and we soon came to speak with her. We found her a ship of Bristol, bound home from Barbados, but had been blown out of the road at Barbados a few days before she was ready to sail, by a terrible hurricane, while the captain and chief mate were both gone on shore, so that, besides the terror of the storm, they were in an indifferent case for good mariners to bring the ship home. They had been already 9 weeks at sea, and had met with another terrible storm after the hurricane was over, which had blown them quite out of their knowledge to the westward, and in which they lost their masts. They told us they expected to have seen the Bahama Islands, but were then driven away again to the southeast by a strong gale of wind at N&W, the same that blew now, and having no sails to work the ship with but a main course, and a kind of square sail upon a jury foremast which they had set up, they could not lie near the wind, but were endeavoring to stand away for the Canaries. But that which was worst of all was, that they were almost starved for want of provisions. Besides the fatigues they had undergone, their bread and flesh were quite gone. They had not 1 ounce left in the ship, and it had none for 11 days. The only relief they had was, their water was not all spent, and they had about half a barrel of flour left. They had sugar enough, some suckades or sweetmeats they had at first, but these were all devoured. And they had 7 casks of rum. There was a youth and his mother and a maidservant on board, who were passengers, and thinking the ship was ready to sail, unhappily came on board the evening before the hurricane began, and having no provisions of their own left, they were in a more deplorable condition than the rest. For the seamen being reduced to such an extreme necessity themselves, had no compassion, we may be sure, for the poor passengers. And they were, indeed, in such a condition that their misery is very hard to describe. I had perhaps not known this part, if my curiosity had not led me, the weather being fair and the wind abated, to go on board the ship. The second mate, who upon this occasion commanded the ship, had been on board our ship, and he told me they had 3 passengers in the great cabin that were in a deplorable condition. Nay, says he, I believe they are dead, for I have heard nothing of them for above 2 days, and I was afraid to inquire after them, said he, for I had nothing to relieve them with. We immediately applied ourselves to give them what relief we could spare. And indeed I had so far overruled things with my nephew, that I would have victualled them, though we had gone away to Virginia, or any other part of the coast of America, to have supplied ourselves, but there was no necessity for that. But now they were in a new danger, for they were afraid of eating too much, even of that little we gave them. The mate, or commander, brought 6 men with him in his boat, but these poor wretches looked like skeletons, and were so weak that they could hardly sit to their oars. The mate himself was very ill and half starved, for he declared he had reserved nothing from the men, and went share and share alike with them in every bit they ate. I cautioned him to eat sparingly, and set meat before him immediately. But he had not eaten 3 mouthfuls before he began to be sick and out of order, so he stopped a while, and our surgeon mixed him up something with some broth, which he said would be to him both food and physic. And after he had taken it he grew better. In the meantime I forgot not the men. I ordered victuals to be given them, and the poor creatures rather devoured than ate it. They were so exceedingly hungry that they were in a manner ravenous, and had no command of themselves. And 2 of them ate with so much greediness that they were in danger of their lives the next morning. The sight of these people's distress was very moving to me, and brought to mind what I had a terrible prospect of at my first coming on shore in my island, where I had not the least mouthful of food, or any prospect of procuring any, besides the hourly apprehensions I had of being made the food of other creatures. But all the while the mate was thus relating to me the miserable condition of the ship's company, I could not put out of my thought the story he had told me of the three poor creatures in the great cabin, viz., the mother, her son, and the maid-servant, whom he had heard nothing of for 2 or 3 days, and whom, he seemed to confess, they had wholly neglected, their own extremities being so great, by which I understood that they had really given them no food at all, and that therefore they must be perished, and be all lying dead, perhaps, on the floor or deck of the cabin. As I therefore kept the mate, whom we then called captain, on board with his men to refresh them, so I also forgot not the starving crew that were left on board, but ordered my own boat to go on board the ship, and, with my mate and 12 men, to carry them a sack of bread, and 4 or 5 pieces of beef to boil. Our surgeon charged the men to cause the meat to be boiled while they stayed, and to keep guard in the cook-room, to prevent the men taking it to eat raw, or taking it out of the pot before it was well boiled, and then to give every man but a very little at a time, and by this caution he preserved the men, who would otherwise have killed themselves with that very food that was given them on purpose to save their lives. At the same time, I ordered the mate to go into the great cabin and see what condition the poor passengers were in, and if they were alive, to comfort them and give them what refreshment was proper, and the surgeon gave him a large pitcher, with some of the prepared broth which he had given the mate that was on board, and which he did not question would restore them gradually. I was not satisfied with this, but, as I said above, having a great mind to see the scene of misery which I knew the ship itself would present me with, in a more lively manner than I could have it by report, I took the captain of the ship, as we now called him, with me, and went myself a little after. In their boat, I found the poor men on board almost in a tumult to get the victuals out of the boiler before it was ready, but my mate observed his orders, and kept a good guard at the cook-room door, and the man he placed there, after using all possible persuasion to have patience, kept them off by force. However, he caused some biscuit cakes to be dipped in the pot, and softened with the liquor of the meat, which they called bruise, and gave them every one some to stay their stomachs, and told them it was for their own safety that he was obliged to give them but little at a time. But it was all in vain, and had I not come on board, and their own commander and officers with me, and with good words, and some threats also of giving them no more, I believe they would have broken into the cook-room by force, and torn the meat out of the furnace. For words are indeed of very small force to a hungry belly. However, we pacified them, and fed them gradually and cautiously at first, and the next time gave them more, and at last filled their bellies, and the men did well enough. But the misery of the poor passengers in the cabin was of another nature, and far beyond the rest. For as first, the ship's company had so little for themselves, it was but too true that they had at first kept them very low, and at last totally neglected them, so that for 6 or 7 days it might be said they had really no food at all, and for several days before very little. The poor mother, who, as the men reported, was a woman of sense and good breeding, had spared all she could so affectionately for her son that at last she entirely sank under it. And when the mate of our ship went in, she sat upon the floor on deck, with her back up against the sides between two chairs, which were lashed fast, and her head sunk between her shoulders like a corpse, though not quite dead. My mate said all he could to revive and encourage her, and with a spoon put some broth into her mouth. She opened her lips, and lifted up one hand, but could not speak. Yet she understood what he said, and made signs to him, intimating that it was too late for her, but pointed to her child, as if she would have said they should take care of him. However, the mate, who was exceedingly moved at the sight, endeavored to get some of the broth into her mouth, and as he said, got 2 or 3 spoonfuls down, though I question whether he could be sure of it or not. But it was too late, and she died the same night. The youth, who was preserved at the price of his most affectionate mother's life, was not so far gone, yet he lay in a cabin bed, as one stretched out, with hardly any life left in him. He had a piece of an old glove in his mouth, having eaten up the rest of it. However, being young, and having more strength than his mother, the mate got something down his throat, and he began sensibly to revive, though by giving him, some time after, but 2 or 3 spoonfuls extraordinary, he was very sick, and brought it up again. But the next care was the poor maid. She lay all along upon the deck, hard by her mistress, and just like one that had fallen down in a fit of apoplexy and struggled for life. Her limbs were distorted. One of her hands was clasped round the frame of the chair, and she gripped it so hard that we could not easily make her let it go. Her other arm lay over her head, and her feet lay both together, set fast against the frame of the cabin table. In short, she lay just like one in the agonies of death, and yet she was alive too. The poor creature was not only starved with hunger, and terrified with the thoughts of death, but, as the men told us afterwards, was broken-hearted for her mistress, whom she saw dying for 2 or 3 days before, and whom she loved most tenderly. We knew not what to do with this poor girl. For when our surgeon, who was a man of very great knowledge and experience, had with great application recovered her as to life, he had her upon his hands still, for she was little less than distracted for a considerable time after. Whoever shall read these memorandums must be desired to consider that visits at sea are not like a journey into the country, where sometimes people stay a week or a fortnight at a place. Our business was to relieve this distressed ship's crew, but not lie by for them. And though they were willing to steer the same course with us for some days, yet we could carry no sail to keep pace with a ship that had no masts. However, as their captain begged of us to help him to set up a maintopmast and a kind of a topmast to his jury foremast, we did, as it were, lie by him for 3 or 4 days, and then, having given him 5 barrels of beef, a barrel of pork, 2 hogsheads of biscuit, and a proportion of peas, flour, and what other things we could spare, and taking 3 casks of sugar, some rum, and some pieces of 8 from them for satisfaction, we left them, taking on board with us, at their own earnest request, the youth and the maid, and all their goods. The young lad was about 17 years of age, a pretty, well-bred, modest, and sensible youth, greatly dejected with the loss of his mother, and also at having lost his father but a few months before. At Barbados, he begged of the surgeon to speak to me to take him out of the ship, for he said the cruel fellows had murdered his mother. And indeed so they had, that is to say, passively, for they might have spared a small sustenance to the poor helpless widow, though it had been but just enough to keep her alive. But hunger knows no friend, no relation, no justice, no right, and therefore is remorseless, and capable of no compassion. The surgeon told him how far we were going, and that it would carry him away from all his friends, and put him, perhaps, in as bad circumstances almost as those we found him in, that is to say, starving in the world. He said it mattered not whither he went, if he was but delivered from the terrible crew that he was among. That the captain, by which he meant me, for he could know nothing of my nephew, had saved his life, and he was sure would not hurt him. And as for the maid, he was sure, if she came to herself, she would be very thankful for it, let us carry them where we would. The surgeon represented the case so affectionately to me that I yielded, and we took them both on board, with all their goods, except 11 hogsheads of sugar, which could not be removed or come at. And as the youth had a bill of lading for them, I made his commander sign a writing, obliging himself to go, as soon as he came to Bristol, to one Mr. Rogers, a merchant there, to whom the youth said he was related, and to deliver a letter which I wrote to him, and all the goods he had belonging to the deceased widow, which, I suppose, was not done, for I could never learn that the ship came to Bristol, but was, as is most probable, lost at sea, being in so disabled a condition, and so far from any land, that I am of opinion the first storm she met with afterwards she might founder. For she was leaky, and had damage in her hold when we met with her. I was now in the latitude of 19 degrees 32 minutes, and had hitherto a tolerable voyage as to weather, though at first the winds had been contrary. I shall trouble nobody with the little incidents of wind, weather, currents, and sea, on the rest of our voyage, but to shorten my story, shall observe that I came to my old habitation, the island, on the 10th of April 1695. It was with no small difficulty that I found the place, for as I came to it, and went to it before on the south and east side of the island, coming from the Brazils, so now, coming in between the main and the island, and having no chart for the coast, nor any landmark, I did not know it when I saw it, or know whether I saw it or not. We beat about a great while, and went on shore on several islands in the mouth of the great river Orinoco, but none for my purpose. Only this I learned by my coasting the shore, that I was under one great mistake before, viz., that the continent which I thought I saw from the island I lived in was really no continent, but a long island, or rather a ridge of islands, reaching from one to the other side of the extended mouth of that great river, and that the savages who came to my island were not properly those which we call Caribbees, but islanders, and other barbarians of the same kind, who inhabited nearer to our side than the rest. In short, I visited several of these islands to no purpose. Some I found were inhabited, and some were not. On one of them I found some Spaniards, and thought they had lived there, but speaking with them, found they had a sloop lying in a small creek hard by, and came thither to make salt, and to catch some pearl mussels if they could, but that they belonged to the Isle de Trinidad, which lay farther north, in the latitude of 10 and 11 degrees. Thus coasting from one island to another, sometimes with the ship, sometimes with the Frenchman's shallop, which we had found a convenient boat, and therefore kept her with their very good will. At length I came fair on the south side of my island, and presently knew the very countenance of the place. So I brought the ship safe to an anchor, broadside with the little creek where my old habitation was. As soon as I saw the place, I called for Friday, and asked him if he knew where he was. He looked about a little, and presently clapping his hands, cried, "Oh yes, oh there, oh yes, oh there," pointing to our old habitation, and fell dancing and capering like a mad fellow. And I had much ado to keep him from jumping into the sea to swim ashore to the place. "Well, Friday," says I, "do you think we shall find anybody here or no? And do you think we shall see your father?" The fellow stood mute as a stock a good while, but when I named his father, the poor affectionate creature looked dejected, and I could see the tears run down his face very plentifully. "What is the matter, Friday? Are you troubled because you may see your father?" "No, no," says he, shaking his head, "no see him more, no, never more see him again." "Why so?" "Friday, how do you know that?" "Oh no, says Friday. "He long ago dies long ago, he much old man." "Well, well, Friday, you don't know, but shall we see anyone else then?" The fellow, it seems, had better eyes than I, and he points to the hill just above my old house, and though we lay half a league off, he cries out, "We see, we see. Yes, we see much man there." And there, I looked, but I saw nobody, no, not with a perspective glass, which was, I suppose, because I could not hit the place, for the fellow was right, as I found upon inquiry the next day, and there were 5 or 6 men altogether, who stood to look at the ship, not knowing what to think of us. As soon as Friday told me he saw people, I caused the English ancient to be spread, and fired 3 guns, to give them notice we were friends, and in about a quarter of an hour after we perceived a smoke arise from the side of the creek. So I immediately ordered the boat out, taking Friday with me, and hanging out a white flag, I went directly on shore, taking with me the young friar I mentioned, to whom I had told the story of my living there, and the manner of it, and every particular both of myself and those I left there, and who was on that account extremely desirous to go with me. We had, besides, about 16 men well armed, if we had found any new guests there which we did not know of, but we had no need of weapons. As we went on shore upon the tide of flood, near high water, we rowed directly into the creek, and the first man I fixed my eye upon was the Spaniard whose life I had saved, and whom I knew by his face perfectly well. As to his habit, I shall describe it afterwards. I ordered nobody to go on shore at first but myself, but there was no keeping Friday in the boat, for the affectionate creature had spied his father at a distance, a good way off the Spaniards, where, indeed, I saw nothing of him, and if they had not let him go ashore, he would have jumped into the sea. He was no sooner on shore, but he flew away to his father like an arrow out of a bow. It would have made any man shed tears. In spite of the firmest resolution, to have seen the first transports of this poor fellow's joy when he came to his father, how he embraced him, kissed him, stroked his face, took him up in his arms, set him down upon a tree, and lay down by him, then stood and looked at him as anyone would look at a strange picture for a quarter of an hour together, then lay down on the ground, and stroked his legs and kissed them, and then got up again and stared at him. One would have thought the fellow bewitched, but it would have made a dog laugh the next day to see how his passion ran out another way. In the morning he walked along the shore with his father several hours, always leading him by the hand, as if he had been a lady. And every now and then he would come to the boat to fetch something or other for him, either a lump of sugar, a dram, a biscuit, or something or other that was good. In the afternoon his frolics ran another way, for then he would set the old man down upon the ground, and dance about him, and make 1,000 antic gestures. And all the while he did this, he would be talking to him, and telling him one story or another of his travels, and of what had happened to him abroad to divert him. In short, if the same filial affection was to be found in Christians to their parents in our part of the world, one would be tempted to say there would hardly have been any need of the fifth commandment. But this is a digression. I return to my landing. It would be needless to take notice of all the ceremonies and civilities that the Spaniards received me with. The first Spaniard whom, as I said, I knew very well was he whose life I had saved. He came towards the boat, attended by one more, carrying a flag of truce also, and he not only did not know me at first, but he had no thoughts, no notion of its being me that was come, till I spoke to him. "Senha," said I, "in Portuguese, do you not know me?" At which he spoke not a word, but giving his musket to the man that was with him, threw his arms abroad, saying something in Spanish that I did not perfectly hear, came forward and embraced me, telling me he was inexcusable not to know that face again that he had once seen, as of an angel from heaven sent to save his life. He said abundance of very handsome things, as a well-bred Spaniard always knows how, and then, beckoning to the person that attended him, bade him go and call out his comrades. He then asked me if I would walk to my old habitation, where he would give me possession of my own house again, and where I should see they had made but mean improvements. I walked along with him, but alas, I could no more find the place than if I had never been there, for they had planted so many trees and placed them in such a position, so thick and close to one another. And in 10 years' time they were grown so big that the place was inaccessible, except by such windings and blind ways as they themselves only, who made them, could find. I asked them what put them upon all these fortifications. He told me I would say there was need enough of it, when they had given me an account how they had passed their time since their arriving in the island, especially after they had the misfortune to find that I was gone. He told me he could not but have some pleasure in my good fortune. When he heard that I was gone in a good ship, and to my satisfaction, and that he had oftentimes a strong persuasion that one time or other he should see me again, but nothing that ever befell him in his life, he said, was so surprising and afflicting to him at first as the disappointment he was under when he came back to the island and found I was not there. As to the 3 barbarians, so he called them that were left behind, and of whom he said he had a long story to tell me. The Spaniards all thought themselves much better among the savages, only that their number was so small. And, says he, had they been strong enough, we had been all long ago in purgatory, and with that he crossed himself on the breast. But, sir, says he, I hope you will not be displeased when I shall tell you how, forced by necessity, we were obliged for our own preservation to disarm them and make them our subjects, as they would not be content with being moderately our masters, but would be our murderers. I answered I was afraid of it when I left them there, and nothing troubled me at my parting from the island, but that they were not come back, that I might have put them in possession of everything first, and left the others in a state of subjection, as they deserved. But if they had reduced them to it, I was very glad, and should be very far from finding any fault with it, for I knew they were a parcel of refractory, ungoverned villains, and were fit for any manner of mischief. While I was saying this, the man came whom he had sent back, and with him 11 more. In the dress they were in it was impossible to guess what nation they were of, but he made all clear, both to them and to me. First he turned to me, and pointing to them said, These, sir, are some of the gentlemen who owe their lives to you. And then turning to them, and pointing to me, he let them know who I was. Upon which they all came up, one by one, not as if they had been sailors, and ordinary fellows, and the like, but really as if they had been ambassadors or noblemen, and I a monarch or great conqueror. Their behavior was, to the last degree, obliging and courteous, and yet mixed with a manly, majestic gravity, which very well became them, and in short, they had so much more manners than I, that I scarce knew how to receive their civilities, much less how to return them in kind. The history of their coming to and conduct in the island after my going away is so very remarkable, and has so many incidents which the former part of my relation will help to understand, and which will in most of the particulars refer to the account I have already given, that I cannot but commit them, with great delight, to the reading of those that come after me, in order to do this as intelligibly as I can. I must go back to the circumstances in which I left the island and the persons on it of whom I am to speak. And first, it is necessary to repeat that I had sent away Friday's father and the Spaniard, the two whose lives I had rescued from the savages, in a large canoe to the main. As I then thought it, to fetch over the Spaniard's companions that he left behind him, in order to save them from the like calamity that he had been in, and in order to succor them for the present, and that, if possible, we might together find some way for our deliverance afterwards. When I sent them away, I had no visible appearance of, or the least room to hope for, my own deliverance, any more than I had 20 years before, much less had I any foreknowledge of what afterwards happened. I mean, of an English ship coming on shore there to fetch me off, and it could not be but a very great surprise to them, when they came back, not only to find that I was gone, but to find 3 strangers left on the spot, possessed of all that I had left behind me, which would otherwise have been their own. The first thing, however, which I inquired into, that I might begin where I left off, was of their own part, and I desired the Spaniard would give me a particular account of his voyage back to his countrymen with the boat, when I sent him to fetch them over. He told me there was little variety in that part, for nothing remarkable happened to them on the way, having had very calm weather and a smooth sea. As for his countrymen, it could not be doubted, he said, but that they were overjoyed to see him. It seems he was the principal man among them. The captain of the vessel they had been shipwrecked in having been dead some time. They were, he said, the more surprised to see him, because they knew that he was fallen into the hands of the savages, who, they were satisfied, would devour him as they did all the rest of their prisoners, that when he told them the story of his deliverance, and in what manner he was furnished for carrying them away, it was like a dream to them, and their astonishment, he said, was somewhat like that of Joseph's brethren when he told them who he was, and the story of his exaltation in Pharaoh's court. But when he showed them the arms, the powder, the ball, the provisions that he brought them for their journey or voyage, they were restored to themselves, took a just share of the joy of their deliverance, and immediately prepared to come away with him. Their first business was to get canoes, and in this they were obliged not to stick so much upon the honesty of it, but to trespass upon their friendly savages. and to borrow 2 large canoes or periaguas on pretense of going out a fishing or for pleasure. In these they came away the next morning. It seems they wanted no time to get themselves ready, for they had neither clothes nor provisions, nor anything in the world but what they had on them, and a few roots to eat, of which they used to make their bread. They were in all 3 weeks absent, and in that time, unluckily for them, I had the occasion offered for my escape, as I mentioned in the other part, and to get off from the island, leaving 3 of the most impudent, hardened, ungoverned, disagreeable villains behind me that any man could desire to meet with the poor Spaniard's great grief and disappointment. The only just thing the rogues did was, that when the Spaniards came ashore, they gave my letter to them, and gave them provisions and other relief, as I had ordered them to do. Also they gave them the long paper of directions which I had left with them, containing the particular methods which I took for managing every part of my life there, the way I baked my bread, bred up tame goats, and planted my corn, how I cured my grapes, made my pots, and in a word, everything I did. All this being written down, they gave to the Spaniards. 2 of them understood English well enough, nor did they refuse to accommodate the Spaniards with anything else, for they agreed very well for some time. They gave them an equal admission into the house or cave, and they began to live very sociably, and the head Spaniard, who had seen pretty much of my methods, together with Friday's father, managed all their affairs. But as for the Englishmen, they did nothing but ramble about the island, shoot parrots, and catch tortoises, and when they came home at night, the Spaniards provided their suppers for them. The Spaniards would have been satisfied with this had the others but let them alone, which, however, they could not find in their hearts to do long. But, like the dog in the manger, they would not eat themselves, neither would they let the others eat. The differences, nevertheless, were at first but trivial, and such as are not worth relating, but at last it broke out into open war, and it began with all the rudeness and insolence that can be imagined without reason, without provocation, contrary to nature, and indeed to common sense. And though, it is true, the first relation of it came from the Spaniards themselves, whom I may call the accusers, yet when I came to examine the fellows, they could not deny a word of it. But before I come to the particulars of this part, I must supply a defect in my former relation, and this was, I forgot to set down among the rest, that just as we were weighing the anchor to set sail, there happened a little quarrel on board of our ship, which I was once afraid would have turned to a second mutiny, nor was it appeased till the captain, rousing up his courage, and taking us all to his assistance, parted them by force, and making 2 of the most refractory fellows prisoners, he laid them in irons. And as they had been active in the former disorders, and let fall some ugly, dangerous words the second time, he threatened to carry them in irons to England, and have them hanged there for mutiny and running away with the ship. This, it seems, though the captain did not intend to do it, frightened some other men in the ship, and some of them had put it into the head of the rest that the captain only gave them good words for the present, till they should come to same English port, and that then they should be all put into jail and tried for their lives. The mate got intelligence of this, and acquainted us with it, upon which it was desired that I, who still passed for a great man among them, should go down with the mate and satisfy the men, and tell them that they might be assured, if they behaved well the rest of the voyage, all they had done for the time past should be pardoned. So I went, and after passing my honor's word to them, they appeared easy, and the more so when I caused the 2 men that were in irons to be released and forgiven. But this mutiny had brought us to an anchor for that night, the wind also falling calm next morning. We found that our 2 men who had been laid in irons had stolen each of them a musket and some other weapons. What powder or shot they had we knew not, and had taken the ship's pinnace, which was not yet hauled up, and run away with her to their companions in roguery on shore. As soon as we found this, I ordered the longboat on shore with 12 men and the mate, and away they went to seek the rogues. But they could neither find them nor any of the rest, for they all fled into the woods when they saw the boat coming on shore. The mate was once resolved, in justice to their roguery, to have destroyed their plantations, burned all their household stuff and furniture, and left them to shift without it. But having no orders, he let it all alone, left everything as he found it, and bringing the pinnace way, came on board without them. These 2 men made their number 5, but the other 3 villains were so much more wicked than they, that after they had been 2 or 3 days together, they turned the 2 newcomers out of doors to shift for themselves, and would have nothing to do with them, nor could they for a good while be persuaded to give them any food. As for the Spaniards, they were not yet come. When the Spaniards came first on shore, the business began to go forward. The Spaniards would have persuaded the 3 English brutes to have taken in their countrymen again, that, as they said, they might be all one family, but they would not hear of it, so the 2 poor fellows lived by themselves, and finding nothing but industry and application would make them live comfortably, they pitched their tents on the north shore of the island, but a little more to the west, to be out of danger of the savages, who always landed on the east parts of the island. Here they built them 2 huts, one to lodge in, and the other to lay up their magazines and stores in, and the Spaniards having given them some corn for seed, and some of the peas which I had left them, they dug, planted, and enclosed, after the pattern I had set for them all, and began to live pretty well. Their first crop of corn was on the ground, and though it was but a little bit of land which they had dug up at first, having had but a little time, yet it was enough to relieve them, and find them with bread and other eatables. And one of the fellows, being the cook's mate of the ship, was very ready at making soup, puddings, and such other preparations as the rice and the milk, and such little flesh as they got, furnished him to do. They were going on in this little thriving position when the three unnatural rogues, their own countrymen too, in mere humor, and to insult them came and bullied them, and told them the island was theirs, that the governor, meaning me, had given them the possession of it, and nobody else had any right to it, and that they should build no houses upon their ground unless they would pay rent for them. The two men, thinking they were jesting at first, asked them to come in and sit down, and see what fine houses they were that they had built, and to tell them what rent they demanded. And one of them merrily said if they were the ground landlords, he hoped if they built tenements upon their land and made improvements, they would, according to the custom of landlords, grant a long lease, and desired they would get a scrivener to draw the writings. One of the three, cursing and raging, told them they should see they were not in jest, and going to a little place at a distance, where the honest men had made a fire to dress their victuals, he takes a firebrand and claps it to the outside of their hut, and set it on fire. Indeed, it would have been all burned down in a few minutes, if one of the two had not run to the fellow, thrust him away, and trod the fire out with his feet, and that not without some difficulty too. The fellow was in such a rage at the honest man's thrusting him away, that he returned upon him with a pole he had in his hand, and had not the man avoided the blow very nimbly and run into the hut, he had ended his days at once. His comrade, seeing the danger they were both in, ran after him, and immediately they came both out with their muskets, and the man that was first struck at with the pole knocked the fellow down that began the quarrel with the stock of his musket, and that before the other two could come to help him. And then, seeing the rest come at them, they stood together, and presenting the other ends of their pieces to them, bade them stand off. The others had firearms with them too, but one of the two honest men, bolder than his comrade, and made desperate by his danger, told them if they offered to move hand or foot they were dead men, and boldly commanded them to lay down their arms. They did not, indeed, lay down their arms, but seeing him so resolute, it brought them to a parley, and they consented to take their wounded man with them and be gone. And indeed, it seems the fellow was wounded sufficiently with the blow. However, they were much in the wrong, since they had the advantage that they did not disarm them effectually, as they might have done, and have gone immediately to the Spaniards, and given them an account how the rogues had treated them. For the three villains studied nothing but revenge, and every day gave them some intimation that they did so. Chapter I fight with cannibals, but not to crowd this part with an account of the lesser part of the rogueries with which they plagued them continually. Night and day, it forced the two men to such a desperation that they resolved to fight them all three. The first time they had a fair opportunity. In order to do this, they resolved to go to the castle, as they called my old dwelling, where the three rogues and the Spaniards all lived together at that time, intending to have a fair battle, and the Spaniards should stand by to see fair play. So they got up in the morning before day, and came to the place, and called the Englishmen by their names, telling a Spaniard that answered that they wanted to speak with them. It happened that the day before, two of the Spaniards, having been in the woods, had seen one of the two Englishmen whom, for distinction, I called the honest men, and he had made a sad complaint to the Spaniards of the barbarous usage they had met with from their three countrymen, and how they had ruined their plantation, and destroyed their corn that they had labored so hard to bring forward, and killed the milch goat and their three kids, which was all they had provided for their sustenance, and that if he and his friends, meaning the Spaniards, did not assist them again, they should be starved. When the Spaniards came home at night, and they were all at supper, one of them took the freedom to reprove the three Englishmen, though in very gentle and mannerly terms, and asked them how they could be so cruel, they being harmless, inoffensive fellows, that they were putting themselves in a way to subsist by their labor, and that it had cost them a great deal of pains to bring things to such perfection as they were then in. One of the Englishmen returned very briskly. What had they to do there, that they came on shore without leave? And that they should not plant or build upon the island, it was none of their ground. Why, says the Spaniard, very calmly, Señor Inglés, they must not starve. The Englishman replied like a rough tarpaulin, they might starve, they should not plant nor build in that place. But what must they do then, Señor? Said the Spaniard. Another of the brutes returned, do, they should be servants and work for them. But how can you expect that of them? Says the Spaniard, they are not bought with your money. You have no right to make them servants. The Englishman answered, the island was theirs, the governor had given it to them, and no man had anything to do there but themselves. And with that he swore that he would go and burn all their new huts. They should build none upon their land. Why, Señor, says the Spaniard, by the same rule we must be your servants too. Ay, returned the bold dog, and so you shall, too, before we have done with you, mixing two or three oaths in the proper intervals of his speech. The Spaniard only smiled at that, and made him no answer. However, this little discourse had heated them, and starting up, one says to the other, I think it was he they called Will Atkins, come, Jack, let's go and have t'other brush with them. We'll demolish their castle, I'll warrant you. They shall plant no colony in our dominions. Upon this they were all trooping away, with every man a gun, a pistol, and a sword, and muttered some insolent things among themselves of what they would do to the Spaniards, too, when opportunity offered. But the Spaniards, it seems, did not so perfectly understand them as to know all the particulars, only that in general they threatened them hard for taking the two Englishmen's part, whither they went, or how they bestowed their time that evening. The Spaniards said they did not know, but it seems they wandered about the country part of the night, and them lying down in the place which I used to call my bower, they were weary and overslept themselves. The case was this. They had resolved to stay till midnight, and so take the two poor men when they were asleep, and as they acknowledged afterwards, intended to set fire to their huts while they were in them, and either burn them there or murder them as they came out, as malice seldom sleeps very sound. It was very strange they should not have been kept awake. However, as the two men had also a design upon them, as I have said, though a much fairer one than that of burning and murdering, it happened, and very luckily for them all, that they were up and gone abroad before the bloody-minded rogues came to their huts. When they came there, and found the men gone, Atkins, who it seems was the forwardest man, called out to his comrade, "Ha! Jack here's the nest, but the birds are flown." They mused a while, to think what should be the occasion of their being gone abroad so soon, and suggested presently that the Spaniards had given them notice of it. And with that they shook hands, and swore to one another that they would be revenged of the Spaniards. As soon as they had made this bloody bargain, they fell to work with the poor men's habitation. They did not set fire indeed to anything, but they pulled down both their houses, and left not the least stick standing, or scarce any sign on the ground where they stood. They tore all their household stuff in pieces, and threw everything about in such a manner that the poor men afterwards found some of their things a mile off. When they had done this, they pulled up all the young trees which the poor men had planted, broke down an enclosure they had made to secure their cattle and their corn, and, in a word, sacked and plundered everything as completely as a horde of Tartars would have done. The two men were at this juncture gone to find them out, and had resolved to fight them wherever they had been, though they were but 2 to 3. So that, had they met, there certainly would have been blood shed among them, for they were all very stout, resolute fellows, to give them their due. But Providence took more care to keep them asunder than they themselves could do to meet. For as if they had dogged one another, when the 3 were gone thither, the 2 were here, and afterwards, when the 2 went back to find them, the 3 were come to the old habitation again. We shall see their different conduct presently. When the 3 came back like furious creatures, flushed with the rage which the work they had been about had put them into, they came up to the Spaniards, and told them what they had done, by way of scoff and bravado, and one of them stepping up to one of the Spaniards, as if they had been a couple of boys at play, takes hold of his hat as it was upon his head, and giving it a twirl about, fleering in his face, says to him, "And you, Sanya Jack Spaniard, shall have the same sauce if you do not mend your manners." The Spaniard, who, though a quiet civil man, was as brave a man as could be, and withal a strong, well-made man, looked at him for a good while, and then, having no weapon in his hand, stepped gravely up to him, and with one blow of his fist knocked him down, as an ox is felled with a poleaxe, at which one of the rogues, as insolent as the first, fired his pistol at the Spaniard immediately. He missed his body, indeed, for the bullets went through his hair, but one of them touched the tip of his ear, and he bled pretty much. The blood made the Spaniard believe he was more hurt than he really was, and that put him into some heat. For before he acted all in a perfect calm, But now resolving to go through with his work, he stooped, and taking the fellow's musket whom he had knocked down, was just going to shoot the man who had fired at him, when the rest of the Spaniards, being in the cave, came out, and calling to him not to shoot, they stepped in, secured the other two, and took their arms from them. When they were thus disarmed, and found they had made all the Spaniards their enemies, as well as their own countrymen, they began to cool, and giving the Spaniards better words, would have their arms again. But the Spaniards, considering the feud that was between them and the other two Englishmen, and that it would be the best method they could take to keep them from killing one another, told them they would do them no harm, and if they would live peaceably, they would be very willing to assist and associate with them as they did before, but that they could not think of giving them their arms again, while they appeared so resolved to do mischief with them to their own countrymen, and had even threatened them all to make them their servants. The rogues were now quite deaf to all reason, and being refused their arms, they raved away like madmen, threatening what they would do, though they had no firearms. But the Spaniards, despising their threatening, told them they should take care how they offered any injury to their plantation or cattle, for if they did they would shoot them as they would ravenous beasts, wherever they found them, and if they fell into their hands alive, they should certainly be hanged. However, this was far from cooling them. But away they went, raging and swearing like furies. As soon as they were gone, the two men came back, in passion and rage enough also, though of another kind, for having been at their plantation, and finding it all demolished and destroyed, as above mentioned, it will easily be supposed they had provocation enough. They could scarce have room to tell their tale. The Spaniards were so eager to tell them theirs, and it was strange enough to find that 3 men should thus bully 19, and receive no punishment at all. The Spaniards indeed despised them, and especially having thus disarmed them, made light of their threatenings. But the 2 Englishmen resolved to have their remedy against them, what pains soever it cost to find them out. But the Spaniards interposed here too, and told them that as they had disarmed them, they could not consent that they, the two, should pursue them with firearms, and perhaps kill them. But, said the grave Spaniard, who was their governor, we will endeavor to make them do you justice, if you will leave it to us. For there is no doubt but they will come to us again, when their passion is over, being not able to subsist without our assistance. We promise you to make no peace with them, without having full satisfaction for you. And upon this condition, we hope you will promise to use no violence with them, other than in your own defense. The 2 Englishmen yielded to this very awkwardly, and with great reluctance. But the Spaniards protested that they did it only to keep them from bloodshed, and to make them all easy at last. For, said they, we are not so many of us. Here is room enough for us all, and it is a great pity that we should not be all good friends. At length they did consent, and waited for the issue of the thing, living for some days with the Spaniards. for their own habitation was destroyed. In about 5 days' time, the vagrants, tired with wandering and almost starved with hunger, having chiefly lived on turtles' eggs all that while, came back to the grove, and finding my Spaniard, who, as I have said, was the governor, and two more with him, walking by the side of the creek, they came up in a very submissive, humble manner, and begged to be received again into the society. The Spaniards used them civilly, but told them they had acted so unnaturally to their countrymen, and so very grossly to themselves, that they could not come to any conclusion without consulting the two Englishmen and the rest. But, however, they would go to them and discourse about it, and they should know in half an hour. It may be guessed that they were very hard put to it. For, as they were to wait this half hour for an answer, they begged they would send them out some bread in the meantime, which they did, sending at the same time a large piece of goat's flesh and a boiled parrot, which they ate very eagerly. After half an hour's consultation, they were called in, and a long debate ensued, their two countrymen charging them with the ruin of all their labor, and a design to murder them, all which they owned before, and therefore could not deny now. Upon the whole, the Spaniards acted the moderators between them, and as they had obliged the two Englishmen not to hurt the three while they were naked and unarmed, so they now obliged the three to go and rebuild their fellows 2 huts, one to be of the same, and the other of larger dimensions than they were before. To fence their ground again, plant trees in the room of those pulled up, dig up the land again for planting corn, and in a word, to restore everything to the same state as they found it, that is, as near as they could. Well, they submitted to all this, and as they had plenty of provisions given them all the while, they grew very orderly, and the whole society began to live pleasantly and agreeably together again. Only that these three fellows could never be persuaded to work, I mean, for themselves except now, and then a little, just as they pleased. However, the Spaniards told them plainly that if they would but live sociably and friendly together, and study the good of the whole plantation, they would be content to work for them, and let them walk about and be as idle as they pleased. And thus, having lived pretty well together for a month or two, the Spaniards let them have arms again, and gave them liberty to go abroad with them as before. It was not above a week after they had these arms, and went abroad, before the ungrateful creatures began to be as insolent and troublesome as ever. However, an accident happened presently upon this, which endangered the safety of them all, and they were obliged to lay by all private resentments, and look to the preservation of their lives. It happened one night that the governor, the Spaniard whose life I had saved, who was now the governor of the rest, found himself very uneasy in the night, and could by no means get any sleep. He was perfectly well in body, only found his thoughts tumultuous. His mind ran upon men fighting and killing one another, but he was broad awake, and could not by any means get any sleep. In short, he lay a great while, but growing more and more uneasy, he resolved to rise. As they lay, being so many of them, on goat-skins laid thick upon such couches and pads as they made for themselves. So they had little to do, when they were willing to rise, but to get upon their feet, and perhaps put on a coat, such as it was, and their pumps. And they were ready for going any way that their thoughts guided them. Being thus got up, he looked out, but being dark, he could see little or nothing. And besides, the trees which I had planted, and which were now grown tall, intercepted his sight, so that he could only look up, and see that it was a starlight night, and hearing no noise, he returned and lay down again, but to no purpose. He could not compose himself to anything like rest, but his thoughts were to the last degree uneasy, and he knew not for what. Having made some noise with rising and walking about, going out and coming in, another of them waked, and asked who it was that was up. The governor told him how it had been with him. Say you so, says the other Spaniard, such things are not to be slighted. I assure you there is certainly some mischief working near us. And presently he asked him, where are the Englishmen? They are all in their huts, says he, safe enough. It seems the Spaniards had kept possession of the main apartment, and had made a place for the 3 Englishmen, who, since their last mutiny, were always quartered by themselves, and could not come at the rest. Well, says the Spaniard, there is something in it, I am persuaded. From my own experience, I am satisfied that our spirits embodied have a converse with and receive intelligence from the spirits unembodied, and inhabiting the invisible world, and this friendly notice is given for our advantage if we knew how to make use of it. Come, let us go and look abroad, and if we find nothing at all in it to justify the trouble, I'll tell you a story to the purpose. That shall convince you of the justice of my proposing it. They went out presently to go up to the top of the hill, where I used to go. But they being strong, and a good company, nor alone as I was, used none of my cautions to go up by the ladder, and pulling it up after them, to go up a second stage to the top, but were going round through the grove unwarily, when they were surprised with seeing a light as of fire, a very little way from them, and hearing the voices of men, not of 1 or 2, but of a great number. Among the precautions I used to take on the savages landing on the island, it was my constant care to prevent them making the least discovery of there being any inhabitant upon the place. And when by any occasion they came to know it, they felt it so effectually that they that got away were scarce able to give any account of it. For we disappeared as soon as possible, nor did ever any that had seen me escape to tell anyone else, except it was the 3 savages in our last encounter who jumped into the boat, of whom I mentioned. I was afraid they should go home and bring more help. Whether it was the consequence of the escape of those men that so great a number came now together, or whether they came ignorantly and by accident on their usual bloody errand, the Spaniards could not understand. But whatever it was their business either to have concealed themselves or not to have seen them at all. much less to have let the savages have seen there were any inhabitants in the place, or to have fallen upon them so effectually as not a man of them should have escaped, which could only have been by getting in between them and their boats. But this presence of mind was wanting to them, which was the ruin of their tranquillity for a great while. We need not doubt but that the governor and the man with him, surprised with this sight, ran back immediately and raised their fellows, giving them an account of the imminent danger they were all in, and they again as readily took the alarm. But it was impossible to persuade them to stay close within where they were, but they must all run out to see how things stood. While it was dark, indeed, they were safe, and they had opportunity enough for some hours to view the savages by the light of 3 fires they had made at a distance from one another. What they were doing they knew not, neither did they know what to do themselves. For first, the enemy were too many, and secondly, they did not keep together, but were divided into several parties, and were on shore in several places. The Spaniards were in no small consternation at this sight, and, as they found that the fellows went straggling all over the shore, they made no doubt, but first or last, some of them would chop in upon their habitation, or upon some other place where they would see the token of inhabitants, and they were in great perplexity also for fear of their flock of goats, which, if they should be destroyed, would have been little less than starving them. So the first thing they resolved upon was to dispatch 3 men away before it was light, 2 Spaniards and 1 Englishman, to drive away all the goats to the great valley where the cave was, and if need were, to drive them into the very cave itself. Could they have seen the savages all together in one body, and at a distance from their canoes, they were resolved, if there had been 100 of them, to attack them, but that could not be done, for they were some of them 2 miles off from the other, and, as it appeared afterwards, were of 2 different nations. After having mused a great while on the course they should take, they resolved at last, while it was still dark, to send the old savage, Friday's father, out as a spy to learn, if possible, something concerning them as what they came for, what they intended to do, and the like. The old man readily undertook it, and stripping himself quite naked, as most of the savages were, away he went. After he had been gone an hour or 2, he brings word that he had been among them undiscovered, that he found they were 2 parties, and of 2 several nations, who had war with one another, and had a great battle in their own country, and that both sides having had several prisoners taken in the fight, they were, by mere chance, landed all on the same island. For the devouring their prisoners and making merry, but their coming so by chance to the same place had spoiled all their mirth that they were in a great rage at one another, and were so near that he believed they would fight again as soon as daylight began to appear. But he did not perceive that they had any notion of anybody being on the island but themselves. He had hardly made an end of telling his story, when they could perceive, by the unusual noise they made, that the 2 little armies were engaged in a bloody fight. Friday's father used all the arguments he could to persuade our people to lie close and not be seen. He told them their safety consisted in it, and that they had nothing to do but lie still. And the savages would kill one another to their hands, and then the rest would go away, and it was so to a tittle. But it was impossible to prevail, especially upon the Englishmen. Their curiosity was so importunate that they must run out and see the battle. However, they used some caution too. They did not go openly, just by their own dwelling, but went farther into the woods, and placed themselves to advantage, where they might securely see them manage the fight, and, as they thought, not be seen by them. But the savages did see them, as we shall find hereafter. The battle was very fierce, and if I might believe the Englishmen, one of them said he could perceive that some of them were men of great bravery, of invincible spirit, and of great policy in guiding the fight. The battle, they said, held 2 hours before they could guess which party would be beaten. But then that party which was nearest our people's habitation began to appear weakest, and after some time, some of them began to fly. And this put our men again into a great consternation, lest any one of those that fled should run into the grove before their dwelling for shelter, and thereby involuntarily discover the place, and that, by consequence, the pursuers would also do the like in search of them. Upon this, they resolved that they would stand armed within the wall, and whoever came into the grove, they resolved to sally out over the wall and kill them, so that, if possible, not one should return to give an account of it. They ordered also that it should be done with their swords, or by knocking them down with the stocks of their muskets, but not by shooting them, for fear of raising an alarm by the noise. As they expected, it fell out. 3 of the routed army fled for life, and crossing the creek, ran directly into the place, not in the least knowing whither they went, but running as into a thick wood for shelter. The scout they kept to look abroad gave notice of this within, with this comforting addition, that the conquerors had not pursued them, or seen which way they were gone. Upon this the Spanish governor, a man of humanity, would not suffer them to kill the 3 fugitives, but sending 3 men out by the top of the hill, ordered them to go round, come in behind them, and surprise and take them prisoners. Which was done. The residue of the conquered people fled to their canoes and got off to sea. The victors retired, made no pursuit, or very little, but drawing themselves into a body together, gave 2 great screaming shouts, most likely by way of triumph, and so the fight ended. The same day, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they also marched to their canoes. And thus the Spaniards had the island again free to themselves. Their fright was over, and they saw no savages for several years after. After they were all gone, the Spaniards came out of their den, and viewing the field of battle, they found about 32 men dead on the spot. Some were killed with long arrows, which were found sticking in their bodies, but most of them were killed with great wooden swords. 16 or 17 of which they found in the field of battle, and as many bows with a great many arrows. These swords were strange, unwieldy things, and they must be very strong men that used them. Most of those that were killed with them had their heads smashed to pieces, as we may say, or, as we call it in English, their brains knocked out, and several their arms and legs broken, so that it is evident they fight with inexpressible rage and fury. We found not one man that was not stone dead, for either they stay by their enemy till they have killed him, or they carry all the wounded men that are not quite dead away with them. This deliverance tamed our ill-disposed Englishmen for a great while. The sight had filled them with horror, and the consequences appeared terrible to the last degree, especially upon supposing that some time or other they should fall into the hands of those creatures, who would not only kill them as enemies, but for food, as we kill our cattle. And they professed to me that the thoughts of being eaten up like beef and mutton, though it was supposed it was not to be till they were dead, had something in it so horrible that it nauseated their very stomachs, made them sick when they thought of it, and filled their minds with such unusual terror that they were not themselves for some weeks after. This, as I said, tamed even the 3 English brutes I have been speaking of, and for a great while after they were tractable, and went about the common business of the whole society well enough planted, sowed, reaped, and began to be all naturalized to the country. But some time after this, they fell into such simple measures again as brought them into a great deal of trouble. They had taken 3 prisoners, as I observed, and these 3 being stout young fellows, they made them servants, and taught them to work for them, and as slaves they did well enough. But they did not take their measures, as I did by my man Friday, viz. To begin with them, upon the principle of having saved their lives, and then instruct them in the rational principles of life. Much less did they think of teaching them religion, or attempt civilizing and reducing them by kind usage and affectionate arguments. As they gave them their food every day, so they gave them their work too, and kept them fully employed in drudgery enough. But they failed in this by it, that they never had them to assist them and fight for them as I had my man Friday, who was as true to me as the very flesh upon my bones. But to come to the family part, being all now good friends for a common danger, as I said above, had effectually reconciled them, they began to consider their general circumstances. And the first thing that came under consideration was whether, seeing the savages particularly haunted that side of the island, and that there were more remote and retired parts of it equally adapted to their way of living, and manifestly to their advantage, they should not rather move their habitation and plant in some more proper place for their safety, and especially for the security of their cattle and corn. Upon this, after long debate, it was concluded that they would not remove their habitation, because that, some time or other, they thought they might hear from their governor again, meaning me, and if I should send anyone to seek them, I should be sure to direct them to that side, where, if they should find the place demolished, they would conclude the savages had killed us all, and we were gone, and so our supply would go too. But as to their corn and cattle, they agreed to remove them into the valley where my cave was, where the land was as proper for both, and where indeed there was land enough. However, upon second thoughts, they altered one part of their resolution too, and resolved only to remove part of their cattle thither, and part of their corn there, so that if one part was destroyed, the other might be saved. And one part of prudence they luckily used. They never trusted those 3 savages, which they had taken prisoners, with knowing anything of the plantation they had made in that valley, or of any cattle they had there, much less of the cave at that place, which they kept, in case of necessity, as a safe retreat. And thither they carried also the 2 barrels of powder which I had sent them at my coming away. They resolved, however, not to change their habitation. Yet, as I had carefully covered it first with a wall or fortification, and then with a grove of trees, and as they were now fully convinced their safety consisted entirely in their being concealed, they set to work to cover and conceal the place yet more effectually than before. For this purpose, as I planted trees, or rather thrust in stakes, which in time all grew up to be trees, for some good distance before the entrance into my apartments, they went on in the same manner, and filled up the rest of that whole space of ground, from the trees I had set quite down to the side of the creek, where I landed my floats, and even into the very ooze where the tide flowed, not so much as leaving any place to land, or any sign that there had been any landing thereabouts. These stakes also being of a wood very forward to grow, they took care to have them generally much larger and taller than those which I had planted. As they grew apace, they planted them so very thick and close together, that when they had been 3 or 4 years grown, there was no piercing with the eye any considerable way into the plantation. As for that part which I had planted, the trees were grown as thick as a man's thigh, and among them they had placed so many other short ones, and so thick that it stood like a palisado 1/4 of a mile thick, and it was next to impossible to penetrate it. For a little dog could hardly get between the trees, they stood so close. But this was not all, for they did the same by all the ground to the right hand and to the left, and round even to the side of the hill, leaving no way, not so much as for themselves, to come out but by the ladder placed up to the side of the hill, and then lifted up, and placed again from the first stage up to the top, so that when the ladder was taken down, nothing but what had wings or witchcraft to assist it could come at them. This was excellently well contrived, nor was it less than what they afterwards found occasion for, which served to convince me that as human prudence has the authority of Providence to justify it, so it has doubtless the direction of Providence to set it to work, and if we listened carefully to the voice of it, I am persuaded we might prevent many of the disasters which our lives are now, by our own negligence, subjected to. They lived 2 years after this in perfect retirement and had no more visits from the savages. They had, indeed, an alarm given them one morning, which put them into a great consternation. For some of the Spaniards being out early one morning on the west side or end of the island, which was that end where I never went, for fear of being discovered, they were surprised with seeing about 20 canoes of Indians just coming on shore. They made the best of their way home in hurry enough, and giving the alarm to their comrades, they kept close all that day and the next, going out only at night to make their observation. But they had the good luck to be undiscovered, for wherever the savages went, they did not land that time on the island, but pursued some other design. Chapter IV renewed invasion of Savages, and now they had another broil with the 3 Englishmen, one of whom, a most turbulent fellow, being in a rage at one of the 3 captive slaves, because the fellow had not done something right which he bade him do, and seemed a little untractable in his showing him, drew a hatchet out of a frog belt which he wore by his side, and fell upon the poor savage, not to correct him, but to kill him. One of the Spaniards who was by, seeing him give the fellow a barbarous cut with a hatchet, which he aimed at his head, but stuck into his shoulder, so that he thought he had cut the poor creature's arm off, ran to him, and entreating him not to murder the poor man, placed himself between him and the savage, to prevent the mischief. The fellow, being enraged the more at this, struck at the Spaniard with his hatchet, and swore he would serve him as he intended to serve the savage, which the Spaniard perceiving, avoided the blow, and with a shovel, which he had in his hand, for they were all working in the field about their corn land, knocked the brute down. Another of the Englishmen, running up at the same time to help his comrade, knocked the Spaniard down, and then 2 Spaniards more came in to help their man, and a 3rd Englishman fell in upon them. They had none of them any firearms or any other weapons but hatchets and other tools. Except this 3rd Englishman, he had one of my rusty cutlasses, with which he made at the 2 last Spaniards, and wounded them both. This fray set the whole family in an uproar, and more help coming in they took the 3 Englishmen prisoners. The next question was, what should be done with them? They had been so often mutinous, and were so very furious, so desperate, and so idle withal. They knew not what course to take with them, for they were mischievous to the highest degree, and cared not what hurt they did to any man, so that, in short, it was not safe to live with them. The Spaniard who was governor told them, in so many words, that if they had been of his own country, he would have hanged them. For all laws and all governors were to preserve society, and those who were dangerous to the society ought to be expelled out of it. But as they were Englishmen, and that it was to the generous kindness of an Englishman that they all owed their preservation and deliverance, he would use them with all possible lenity, and would leave them to the judgment of the other 2 Englishmen, who were their countrymen. One of the 2 honest Englishmen stood up, and said they desired it might not be left to them. For, says he, I am sure we ought to sentence them to the gallows. And with that he gives an account how Will Atkins, one of the three, had proposed to have all the 5 Englishmen join together and murder all the Spaniards when they were in their sleep. When the Spanish governor heard this, he calls to Will Atkins, How say'n ye, Atkins? Would you murder us all? What have you to say to that? The hardened villain was so far from denying it that he said it was true, and swore they would do it still before they had done with them. Well, but Sanya Atkins, says the Spaniard, what have we done to you that you will kill us? What would you get by killing us? And what must we do to prevent you killing us? Must we kill you, or you kill us? Why will you put us to the necessity of this, Sanya Atkins? Says the Spaniard very calmly, and smiling. Sanya Atkins was in such a rage at the Spaniards making a jest of it that, had he not been held by 3 men, and withal had no weapon near him, it was thought he would have attempted to kill the Spaniard in the middle of all the company. This harebrained carriage obliged them to consider seriously what was to be done. The 2 Englishmen and the Spaniard who saved the poor savage were of the opinion that they should hang one of the 3 for an example to the rest, and that particularly it should be he that had twice attempted to commit murder with his hatchet. Indeed, there was some reason to believe he had done it, for the poor savage was in such a miserable condition with the wound he had received that it was thought he could not live. But the governor's Spaniard still said no. It was an Englishman that had saved all their lives, and he would never consent to put an Englishman to death, though he had murdered half of them. Nay, he said if he had been killed himself by an Englishman and had time left to speak, it should be that they should pardon him. This was so positively insisted on by the governor's Spaniard that there was no gainsaying it, and as merciful counsels are most apt to prevail where they are so earnestly pressed, so they all came into it. But then it was to be considered what should be done to keep them from doing the mischief they designed, for all agreed, governor and all, that means were to be used for preserving the society from danger. After a long debate, it was agreed that they should be disarmed, and not permitted to have either gun, powder, shot, sword, or any weapon, that they should be turned out of the society, and left to live where they would, and how they would, by themselves, but that none of the rest, either Spaniards or English, should hold any kind of converse with them, or have anything to do with them, that they should be forbid to come within a certain distance of the place where the rest dwelt, and if they offered to commit any disorder, so as to spoil, burn, kill, or destroy any of the corn, plantings, buildings, fences, or cattle belonging to the society, they should die without mercy, and they would shoot them wherever they could find them. The humane governor, musing upon the sentence, considered a little upon it, and turning to the 2 honest Englishmen, said, Hold, you must reflect that it will be long ere they can raise corn and cattle of their own, and they must not starve. We must therefore allow them provisions. So he caused to be added, that they should have a proportion of corn given them to last them 8 months, and for seed to sow, by which time they might be supposed to raise some of their own, that they should have 6 milch goats, 4 he goats, and 6 kids given them, as well for present subsistence as for a store, and that they should have tools given them for their work in the fields. But they should have none of these tools or provisions, unless they would swear solemnly that they would not hurt or injure any of the Spaniards with them, or of their fellow Englishmen. Thus they dismissed them the society, and turned them out to shift for themselves. They went away sullen and refractory, as neither content to go away nor to stay. But, as there was no remedy, they went, pretending to go and choose a place where they would settle themselves, and some provisions were given them, but no weapons. About 4 or 5 days after, they came again for some victuals, and gave the governor an account where they had pitched their tents, and marked themselves out a habitation and plantation. And it was a very convenient place indeed, on the remotest part of the island, much about the place where I providentially landed in my first voyage, when I was driven out to sea in my foolish attempt to sail round the island. Here they built themselves 2 handsome huts, and contrived them in a manner like my first habitation, being close under the side of a hill, having some trees already growing on 3 sides of it, so that by planting others it would be very easily covered from the sight, unless narrowly searched for. They desired some dried goat skins for beds and covering, which were given them, and upon giving their words that they would not disturb the rest, or injure any of their plantations, they gave them hatchets, and what other tools they could spare, some peas, barley, and rice, for sowing, and in a word, anything they wanted, except arms and ammunition. They lived in this separate condition about 6 months, and had got in their first harvest, though the quantity was but small, the parcel of land they had planted being but little. Indeed, having all their plantation to form, they had a great deal of work upon their hands, and when they came to make boards and pots and such things, they were quite out of their element, and could make nothing of it. Therefore, when the rainy season came on, for want of a cave in the earth, they could not keep their grain dry, and it was in great danger of spoiling. This humbled them much, so they came and begged the Spaniards to help them, which they very readily did, and in 4 days worked a great hole in the side of the hill for them, big enough to secure their corn and other things from the rain. But it was a poor place at best compared to mine, and especially as mine was then, for the Spaniards had greatly enlarged it, and made several new apartments in it. About 3/4 of a year after the separation, a new frolic took these rogues, which, together with the former villainy they had committed, brought mischief enough upon them, and had very near been the ruin of the whole colony. The 3 new associates began, it seems, to be weary of the laborious life they led, and that without hope of bettering their circumstances, and a whim took them that they would make a voyage to the continent, from whence the savages came, and would try if they could seize upon some prisoners among the natives there and bring them home, so as to make them do the laborious part of the work for them. The project was not so preposterous if they had gone no further, but they did nothing, and proposed nothing, but had either mischief in the design or mischief in the event. And if I may give my opinion, they seem to be under a blast from heaven. For if we will not allow a visible curse to pursue visible crimes, how shall we reconcile the events of things with the divine justice? It was certainly an apparent vengeance on their crime of mutiny and piracy that brought them to the state they were in, and they showed not the least remorse for the crime, but added new villainies to it, such as the piece of monstrous cruelty of wounding a poor slave because he did not, or perhaps could not, understand to do what he was directed, and to wound him in such a manner as made him a cripple all his life, and in a place where no surgeon or medicine could be had for his cure, and what was still worse, the intentional murder, for such to be sure it was, as was afterwards the formed design they all laid to murder the Spaniards in cold blood and in their sleep. The three fellows came down to the Spaniards one morning, and in very humble terms desired to be admitted to speak with them. The Spaniards very readily heard what they had to say, which was this, that they were tired of living in the manner they did, and that they were not handy enough to make the necessaries they wanted, and that having no help, they found they should be starved. But if the Spaniards would give them leave to take one of the canoes which they came over in, and give them arms and ammunition proportioned to their defense, they would go over to the main and seek their fortunes, and so deliver them from the trouble of supplying them with any other provisions. The Spaniards were glad enough to get rid of them, but very honestly represented to them the certain destruction they were running into, told them they had suffered such hardships upon that very spot, that they could, without any spirit of prophecy, tell them they would be starved or murdered, and bade them consider of it. The men replied audaciously, they should be starved if they stayed here, for they could not work, and would not work, and they could but be starved abroad. And if they were murdered, there was an end of them. They had no wives or children to cry after them, and, in short, insisted importunately upon their demand, declaring they would go, whether they gave them any arms or not. The Spaniards told them, with great kindness, that if they were resolved to go, they should not go like naked men, and be in no condition to defend themselves, and that though they could ill spare firearms, not having enough for themselves, yet they would let them have 2 muskets, a pistol and a cutlass, and each man a hatchet, which they thought was sufficient for them. In a word, they accepted the offer, and having baked bread enough to serve them a month given them, and as much goat's flesh as they could eat while it was sweet, with a great basket of dried grapes, a pot of fresh water, and a young kid alive, they boldly set out in the canoe for a voyage over the sea, where it was at least 40 miles broad. The boat, indeed, was a large one, and would very well have carried 15 or 20 men, and therefore was rather too big for them to manage. But as they had a fair breeze and flood tide with them, they did well enough. They had made a mast of a long pole, and a sail of 4 large goatskins dried, which they had sewed or laced together. And away they went merrily together. The Spaniards called after them Bon Voyage, and no man ever thought of seeing them any more. The Spaniards were often saying to one another, and to the 2 honest Englishmen who remained behind, how quietly and comfortably they lived, now these 3 turbulent fellows were gone. As for their coming again, that was the remotest thing from their thoughts that could be imagined. When, behold, after 22 days' absence, one of the Englishmen being abroad upon his planting work, sees 3 strange men coming towards him at a distance, with guns upon their shoulders. Away runs the Englishman, frightened and amazed, as if he was bewitched, to the governor Spaniard, and tells him they were all undone. For there were strangers upon the island, but he could not tell who they were. The Spaniard, pausing a while, says to him, "How do you mean you cannot tell who? They are the savages, to be sure." "No, no," says the Englishman, "they are men in clothes with arms." "Nay then," says the Spaniard, "why are you so concerned? If they are not savages, they must be friends, for there is no Christian nation upon earth but will do us good rather than harm." While they were debating thus, came up the 3 Englishmen, and standing without the wood, which was new planted, hallooed to them. They presently knew their voices, and so all the wonder ceased. But now the admiration was turned upon another question, what could be the matter, and what made them come back again. It was not long before they brought the men in, and inquiring where they had been, and what they had been doing, they gave them a full account of their voyage in a few words, that they reached the land in less than 2 days. But finding the people alarmed at their coming, and preparing with bows and arrows to fight them, they durst not go on shore, but sailed on to the northward 6 or 7 hours, till they came to a great opening, by which they perceived that the land they saw from our island was not the main, but an island. That upon entering that opening of the sea they saw another island on the right hand north, and several more west. And being resolved to land somewhere, they put over to one of the islands which lay west, and went boldly on shore, that they found the people very courteous and friendly to them, and they gave them several roots and some dried fish, and appeared very sociable, and that the women, as well as the men, were very forward to supply them with anything they could get for them to eat, and brought it to them a great way on their heads. They continued here for 4 days, and inquired as well as they could of them by signs, what nations were this way and that way, and were told of several fierce and terrible people that lived almost every way, who, as they made known by signs to them, used to eat men. But as for themselves, they said they never ate men or women, except only such as they took in the wars. And then they owned they made a great feast, and ate their prisoners. The Englishmen inquired when they had had a feast of that kind, and they told them about 2 moons ago, pointing to the moon and to 2 fingers. and that their great king had 200 prisoners now, which he had taken in his war, and they were feeding them to make them fat for the next feast. The Englishmen seemed mighty desirous of seeing those prisoners, but the others, mistaking them, thought they were desirous to have some of them to carry away for their own eating. So they beckoned to them, pointing to the setting of the sun, and then to the rising, which was to signify that the next morning at sunrising they would bring some for them. And accordingly the next morning they brought down 5 women and 11 men, and gave them to the Englishmen to carry with them on their voyage, just as we would bring so many cows and oxen down to a seaport town to victual a ship. As brutish and barbarous as these fellows were at home, their stomachs turned at this sight, and they did not know what to do. To refuse the prisoners would have been the highest affront to the savage gentry that could be offered them, and what to do with them they knew not. However, after some debate, they resolved to accept of them, and in return they gave the savages that brought them one of their hatchets, an old key, a knife, and 6 or 7 of their bullets, which, though they did not understand their use, they seemed particularly pleased with, and then tying the poor creatures' hands behind them, they dragged the prisoners into the boat for our men. The Englishmen were obliged to come away as soon as they had them, or else they that gave them this noble present would certainly have expected that they should have gone to work with them, have killed 2 or 3 of them the next morning, and perhaps have invited the donors to dinner. But having taken their leave, with all the respect and thanks that could well pass between people, where on either side they understood not one word they could say, they put off with their boat, and came back towards the first island, where when they arrived, they set 8 of their prisoners at liberty, there being too many of them for their occasion. In their voyage, they endeavored to have some communication with their prisoners, but it was impossible to make them understand anything. Nothing they could say to them, or give them, or do for them, but was looked upon as going to murder them. They first of all unbound them, but the poor creatures screamed at that, especially the women, as if they had just felt the knife at their throats, for they immediately concluded they were unbound on purpose to be killed. If they gave them thing to eat, it was the same thing. They then concluded it was for fear they should sink in flesh, and so not be fat enough to kill. If they looked at one of them more particularly, the party presently concluded it was to see whether he or she was fattest, and fittest to kill first. Nay, after they had brought them quite over, and began to use them kindly, and treat them well, still they expected every day to make a dinner or supper for their new masters. When the 3 wanderers had give this unaccountable history or journal of their voyage, the Spaniard asked them where their new family was, and being told that they had brought them on shore and put them into one of their huts, and were come up to beg some victuals for them, they the Spaniards and the other 2 Englishmen, that is to say the whole colony, resolved to go all down to the place and see them, and did so, and Friday's father with them. When they came into the hut, There they sat, all bound, for when they had brought them on shore they bound their hands that they might not take the boat and make their escape. There I say they sat, all of them stark naked. First, there were 3 comely fellows, well shaped with straight limbs, about 30 to 35 years of age, and 5 women, whereof 2 might be from 30 to 40, 2 more about 4 or 5 and 20, and the 5th, a tall, comely maiden, about 17. The women were well-favored, agreeable persons, both in shape and features, only tawny, and 2 of them, had they been perfect white, would have passed for very handsome women, even in London, having pleasant countenances and of a very modest behavior, especially when they came afterwards to be clothed and dressed, though that dress was very indifferent, it must be confessed. The sight, you may be sure, was something uncouth to our Spaniards, who were, to give them a just character, men of the most calm, sedate tempers and perfect good humor that ever I met with, and in particular of the utmost modesty. I say, the sight was very uncouth. To see 3 naked men and 5 naked women, all together bound, and in the most miserable circumstances that human nature could be supposed to be, viz., to be expecting every moment to be dragged out, and have their brains knocked out, and then to be eaten up like a calf that is killed for a dainty. The first thing they did was to cause the old Indian, Friday's father, to go in, and see first if he knew any of them, and then if he understood any of their speech. As soon as the old man came in, he looked seriously at them, but knew none of them. Neither could any of them understand a word he said, or a sign he could make, except one of the women. However, this was enough to answer the end, which was to satisfy them that the men into whose hands they were fallen were Christians, that they abhorred eating men or women, and that they might be sure they would not be killed. As soon as they were assured of this, they discovered such a joy, and by such awkward gestures, several ways, as is hard to describe, for it seems they were of several nations. The woman who was their interpreter was bid, in the next place, to ask them if they were willing to be servants, and to work for the men who had brought them away, to save their lives. At which they all fell a-dancing, and presently one fell to taking up this, and another that, anything that lay next, to carry on their shoulders, to intimate they were willing to work. The governor, who found that the having women among them would presently be attended with some inconvenience, and might occasion some strife, and perhaps blood, asked the 3 men what they intended to do with these women, and how they intended to use them, whether as servants or as wives. One of the Englishmen answered, very boldly and readily, that they would use them as both, to which the governor said, I am not going to restrain you from it, you are your own masters as to that. But this, I think, is but just, for avoiding disorders and quarrels among you, and I desire it of you for that reason only, viz., that you will all engage, that if any of you take any of these women as a wife, he shall take but one, and that having taken one, none else shall touch her. For though we cannot marry any one of you, Yet it is but reasonable that, while you stay here, the woman any of you takes shall be maintained by the man that takes her, and should be his wife, I mean, says he, while he continues here, and that none else shall have anything to do with her. All this appeared so just that everyone agreed to it without any difficulty. Then the Englishmen asked the Spaniards if they designed to take any of them, but every one of them answered, no. Some of them said they had wives in Spain, and the others did not like women that were not Christians, and altogether declared that they would not touch one of them, which was an instance of such virtue as I have not met with in all my travels. On the other hand, the 5 Englishmen took them every one a wife, that is to say, a temporary wife. And so they set up a new form of living, for the Spaniards and Friday's father lived in my old habitation, which they had enlarged exceedingly within. The 3 servants which were taken in the last battle of the savages lived with them, and these carried on the main part of the colony, supplied all the rest with food, and assisted them in anything as they could, or as they found necessity required. But the wonder of the story was how 5 such refractory, ill-matched fellows should agree about these women, and that some 2 of them should not choose the same woman, especially seeing 2 or 3 of them were, without comparison, more agreeable than the others. But they took a good way enough to prevent quarreling among themselves, for they set the 5 women by themselves in one of their huts, and they went all into the other hut, and drew lots among them who should choose first. Him that drew to choose first went away by himself to the hut where the poor naked creatures were, and fetched out her he chose. And it was worth observing that he that chose first took her that was reckoned the homeliest and oldest of the 5, which made mirth enough amongst the rest. And even the Spaniards laughed at it, but the fellow considered better than any of them that it was application and business they were to expect assistance in, as much as in anything else, and she proved the best wife of all the parcel. When the poor women saw themselves set in a row thus, and fetched out one by one, the terrors of their condition returned upon them again, and they firmly believed they were now going to be devoured. Accordingly, when the English sailor came in and fetched out one of them, the rest set up a most lamentable cry, and hung about her, and took their leave of her with such agonies and affection as would have grieved the hardest heart in the world. Nor was it possible for the Englishmen to satisfy them that they were not to be immediately murdered, till they fetched the old man, Friday's father, who immediately let them know that the 5 men, who were to fetch them out one by one, had chosen them for their wives. When they had done, and the fright the women were in was a little over, the men went to work, and the Spaniards came and helped them, and in a few hours they had built them every one a new hut or tent for their lodging apart. For those they had already were crowded with their tools, household stuff, and provisions. The 3 wicked ones had pitched farthest off, and the 2 honest ones nearer, but both on the north shore of the island, so that they continued separated as before, and thus my island was peopled in 3 places, and, as I might say, 3 towns were begun to be built. And here it is very well worth observing that, as it often happens in the world, what the wise ends in God's providence are, in such a disposition of things, I cannot say. The 2 honest fellows had the 2 worst wives, and the 3 reprobates that were scarce worth hanging, that were fit for nothing. And neither seemed born to do themselves good nor anyone else, had 3 clever, careful, and ingenious wives. Not that the first 2 were bad wives as to their temper or humor, for all the 5 were most willing, quiet, passive, and subjected creatures, rather like slaves than wives. But my meaning is, they were not alike capable, ingenious, or industrious, or alike cleanly and neat. Another observation I must make, to the honor of a diligent application on one hand, and to the disgrace of a slothful, negligent, idle temper on the other, that when I came to the place, and viewed the several improvements, plantings, and management of the several little colonies, the 2 men had so far outgone the 3 that there was no comparison. They had indeed, both of them, as much ground laid out for corn as they wanted, and the reason was because, according to my rule, nature dictated that it was to no purpose to sow more corn than they wanted. But the difference of the cultivation, of the planting, of the fences, and indeed of everything else, was easy to be seen at first view. The 2 men had innumerable young trees planted about their huts, so that, when you came to the place, nothing was to be seen but a wood. And though they had twice had their plantation demolished, once by their own countrymen, and once by the enemy, as shall be shown in its place, yet they had restored all again, and everything was thriving and flourishing about them. They had grapes planted in order, and managed like a vineyard, though they had themselves never seen anything of that kind. And by their good ordering their vines, their grapes were as good again as any of the others. They had also found themselves out a retreat in the thickest part of the woods, where, though there was not a natural cave, as I had found, yet they made one with incessant labor of their hands, and where, when the mischief which followed happened, they secured their wives and children so as they could never be found, they having, by sticking innumerable stakes and poles of the wood which, as I said, grew so readily, made the grove impassable, except in some places, when they climbed up to get over the outside part, and then went on by ways of their own leaving. As to the 3 reprobates, as I justly call them, though they were much civilized by their settlement compared to what they were before, and were not so quarrelsome, having not the same opportunity, yet one of the certain companions of a profligate mind never left them, and that was their idleness. It is true, they planted corn and made fences, but Solomon's words were never better verified than in them. I went by the vineyard of the slothful, and it was all overgrown with thorns. For when the Spaniards came to view their crop, they could not see it in some places for weeds. The hedge had several gaps in it, where the wild goats had got in and eaten up the corn. Perhaps here and there a dead bush was crammed in to stop them out for the present. But it was only shutting the stable door after the steed was stolen. Whereas, when they looked on the colony of the other two, there was the very face of industry and success upon all they did. There was not a weed to be seen in all their corn, or a gap in any of their hedges. And they, on the other hand, verified Solomon's words in another place, that the diligent hand maketh rich. For everything grew and thrived, and they had plenty within and without. They had more tame cattle than the others, more utensils and necessaries within doors, and yet more pleasure and diversion too. It is true, the wives of the three were very handy and cleanly within doors, and having learned the English ways of dressing and cooking from one of the other Englishmen, who, as I said, was a cook's mate on board the ship, they dressed their husbands' victuals very nicely and well, whereas the others could not be brought to understand it. But then the husband, who, as I say, had been cook's mate, did it himself. But as for the husbands of the three wives, they loitered about, fetched turtles' eggs, and caught fish and birds. In a word, anything but labor, and they fared accordingly. The diligent lived well and comfortably, and the slothful hard and beggarly. And so, I believe, generally speaking, it is all over the world. But I now come to a scene different from all that had happened before, either to them or to me. And the origin of the story was this. Early one morning, there came on shore 5 or 6 canoes of Indians or savages. Call them which you please. And there is no room to doubt they came upon the old errand of feeding upon their slaves. But that part was now so familiar to the Spaniards, and to our men too, that they did not concern themselves about it as I did, but having been made sensible by their experience that their only business was to lie concealed, and that if they were not seen by any of the savages, they would go off again quietly when their business was done, having as yet not the least notion of there being any inhabitants in the island. I say, having been made sensible of this, they had nothing to do but to give notice to all the 3 plantations to keep within doors, and not show themselves, only placing a scout in a proper place, to give notice when the boats went to sea again. This was, without doubt, very right, but a disaster spoiled all these measures, and made it known among the savages that there were inhabitants there, which was, in the end, the desolation of almost the whole colony. After the canoes with the savages were gone off, the Spaniards peeped abroad again, and some of them had the curiosity to go to the place where they had been, to see what they had been doing. Here, to their great surprise, they found 3 savages left behind and lying fast asleep upon the ground. It was supposed they had either been so gorged with their inhuman feast that, like beasts, they were fallen asleep, and would not stir when the others went, or they had wandered into the woods, and did not come back in time to be taken in. The Spaniards were greatly surprised at this sight, and perfectly at a loss what to do. The Spaniard governor, as it happened, was with them, and his advice was asked, but he professed he knew not what to do. As for slaves, they had enough already, and as to killing them, there were none of them inclined to do that. The Spaniard governor told me they could not think of shedding innocent blood, for as to them, the poor creatures had done them no wrong, invaded none of their property, and they thought they had no just quarrel against them, to take away their lives. And here I must, in justice to these Spaniards, observe that, let the accounts of Spanish cruelty in Mexico and Peru be what they will, I never met with 17 men of any nation whatsoever, in any foreign country, who were so universally modest, temperate, virtuous, so very good-humored, and so courteous, as these Spaniards. And as to cruelty, they had nothing of it in their very nature, no inhumanity, no barbarity, no outrageous passions, and yet all of them men of great courage and spirit. Their temper and calmness had appeared in their bearing the insufferable usage of the 3 Englishmen, and their justice and humanity appeared now in the case of the savages above. After some consultation, they resolved upon this, that they would lie still a while longer, till if possible these 3 men might be gone. But then the governor recollected that the 3 savages had no boat, and if they were left to rove about the island, they would certainly discover that there were inhabitants in it, and so they should be undone that way. Upon this, they went back again, and there lay the fellows fast asleep still, and so they resolved to awaken them and take them prisoners. And they did so. The poor fellows were strangely frightened when they were seized upon and bound, and afraid, like the women, that they should be murdered and eat. For it seems those people think all the world does as they do, in eating men's flesh. But they were soon made easy as to that, and away they carried them. It was very happy for them that they did not carry them home to the castle, I mean to my palace under the hill, but they carried them first to the bower, where was the chief of their country work, such as the keeping the goats, the planting the corn and sea, and afterward they carried them to the habitation of the 2 Englishmen. Here they were set to work, though it was not much they had for them to do, and whether it was by negligence in guarding them, or that they thought the fellows could not mend themselves, I know not, but one of them ran away, and, taking to the woods, they could never hear of him any more. They had good reason to believe he got home again soon after in some other boats, or canoes of savages, who came on shore 3 or 4 weeks afterwards, and who, carrying on their revels as usual, went off in 2 days' time. This thought terrified them exceedingly, for they concluded, and that not without good cause indeed, that if this fellow came home safe among his comrades, he would certainly give them an account that there were people in the island, and also how few and weak they were. For this savage, as observed before, had never been told, and it was very happy he had not, how many there were, or where they lived, nor had he ever seen or heard the fire of any of their guns. Much less had they shown him any of their other retired places, such as the cave in the valley, or the new retreat which the 2 Englishmen had made, and the like, The first testimony they had that this fellow had given intelligence of them was that about 2 mouths after the 6 canoes of savages, with about 7, 8, or 10 men in a canoe, came rowing along the north side of the island, where they never used to come before, and landed, about an hour after sunrise, at a convenient place, about a mile from the habitation of the 2 Englishmen, where this escaped man had been kept. As the chief Spaniard said, had they been all there, the damage would not have been so much, for not a man of them would have escaped. But the case differed now very much, for 2 men to 50 was too much odds. The 2 men had the happiness to discover them about a league off, so that it was above an hour before they landed. And as they landed a mile from their huts, it was some time before they could come at them. Now, having great reason to believe that they were betrayed, the first thing they did was to bind the 2 slaves which were left, and cause 2 of the 3 men whom they brought with the women, who, it seems, proved very faithful to them, to lead them with their 2 wives, and whatever they could carry away with them, to their retired places in the woods, which I have spoken of above, and there to bind the 2 fellows hand and foot till they heard farther. In the next place, seeing the savages were all come on shore, and that they had bent their course directly that way, they opened the fences where the milch cows were kept, and drove them all out, leaving their goats to straggle in the woods, whither they pleased, that the savages might think they were all bred wild. But the rogue who came with them was too cunning for that, and gave them an account of it all, for they went directly to the place. When the 2 poor frightened men had secured their wives and goods, they sent the other slave they had of the 3 who came with the women, and who was at their place by accident, away to the Spaniards with all speed, to give them the alarm and desire speedy help. And in the meantime, they took their arms and what ammunition they had, and retreated towards the place in the wood where their wives were sent, keeping at a distance, yet so that they might see, if possible, which way the savages took. They had not gone far, but that from a rising ground they could see the little army of their enemies come on directly to their habitation, and, in a moment more, could see all their huts and household stuff flaming up together, to their great grief and mortification. For this was a great loss to them, irretrievable indeed for some time. They kept their station for a while till they found the savages, like wild beasts, spread themselves all over the place, rummaging every way, and every place they could think of in search of prey. And in particular for the people, of whom now it plainly appeared they had intelligence, the 2 Englishmen seeing this, thinking themselves not secure where they stood, because it was likely some of the wild people might come that way, and they might come too many together, thought it proper to make another retreat about half a mile farther, believing, as it afterwards happened, that the further they strolled, the fewer would be together. Their next halt was at the entrance into a very thick-grown part of the woods, and where an old trunk of a tree stood, which was hollow and very large. And in this tree they both took their standing, resolving to see there what might offer. They had not stood there long before two of the savages appeared running directly that way, as if they had already had notice where they stood, and were coming up to attack them. And a little way farther they espied three more coming after them, and five more beyond them, all coming the same way. Besides which they saw 7 or 8 more at a distance, running another way, for in a word, they ran every way, like sportsmen beating for their game. The poor men were now in great perplexity whether they should stand and keep their posture or fly. But after a very short debate with themselves, they considered that if the savages ranged the country thus before help came, they might perhaps find their retreat in the woods, and then all would be lost. So they resolved to stand them there, and if they were too many to deal with, then they would get up to the top of the tree, from whence they doubted not to defend themselves, fire excepted, as long as their ammunition lasted. Though all the savages that were landed, which was near 50, were to attack them, having resolved upon this, they next considered whether they should fire at the first two, or wait for the three, and so take the middle party, by which the 2 and the 5 that followed would be separated. At length they resolved to let the first 2 pass by, unless they should spy them the tree, and come to attack them. The first 2 savages confirmed them also in this resolution, by turning a little from them towards another part of the wood. But the 3 and the 5 after them came forward directly to the tree, as if they had known the Englishmen were there. Seeing them come so straight towards them, they resolved to take them in a line as they came. And as they resolved to fire but one at a time, perhaps the first shot might hit them all 3, for which purpose the man who was to fire put 3 or 4 small bullets into his piece, and having a fair loophole, as it were, from a broken hole in the tree, he took a sure aim, without being seen, waiting till they were within about 30 yards of the tree, so that he could not miss. While they were thus waiting, and the savages came on, they plainly saw that one of the 3 was the runaway savage that had escaped from them, and they both knew him distinctly, and resolved that, if possible, he should not escape, though they should both fire. So the other stood ready with his piece, that if he did not drop at the first shot, he should be sure to have a second. But the first was too good a marksman to miss his aim, for as the savages kept near one another, a little behind in a line, he fired, and hit 2 of them directly. The foremost was killed outright, being shot in the head. The second, which was the runaway Indian, was shot through the body, and fell but was not quite dead, and the third had a little scratch in the shoulder, perhaps by the same ball that went through the body of the second, and being dreadfully frightened, though not so much hurt, sat down upon the ground, screaming and yelling in a hideous manner. The 5 that were behind, more frightened with the noise than sensible of the danger, stood still at first, for the woods made the sound 1,000 times bigger than it really was, the echoes rattling from one side to another, and the fowls rising from all parts, screaming, and every sort making a different noise, according to their kind, just as it was when I fired the first gun that perhaps was ever shot off in the island. However, all being silent again, and they not knowing what the matter was, came on unconcerned, till they came to the place where their companions lay in a condition miserable enough. Here the poor ignorant creatures, not sensible that they were within reach of the same mischief, stood all together over the wounded man, talking, and as may be supposed, inquiring of him how he came to be hurt, and who, it is very rational to believe, told them that a flash of fire first, and immediately after that thunder from their gods, had killed those two and wounded him. This, I say, is rational, for nothing is more certain than that, as they saw no man near them, so they had never heard a gun in all their lives, nor so much as heard of a gun. Neither knew they anything of killing and wounding at a distance with fire and bullets. If they had, one might reasonably believe they would not have stood so unconcerned to view the fate of their fellows, without some apprehensions of their own. Our two men, as they confessed to me, were grieved to be obliged to kill so many poor creatures, who had no notion of their danger. Yet, having them all thus in their power, and the first having loaded his piece again, resolved to let fly both together among them, and singling out by agreement which to aim at, they shot together, and killed or very much wounded 4 of them. The 5th, frightened even to death, though not hurt, fell with the rest, so that our men, seeing them all fall together, thought they had killed them all. The belief that the savages were all killed made our two men come boldly out from the tree before they had charged their guns, which was a wrong step, and they were under some surprise when they came to the place, and found no less than 4 of them alive, and of them 2 very little hurt, and 1 not at all. This obliged them to fall upon them with the stocks of their muskets. And first they made sure of the runaway savage, that had been the cause of all the mischief, and of another that was hurt in the knee, and put them out of their pain. Then the man that was not hurt at all came and kneeled down to them, with his 2 hands held up, and made piteous moans to them, by gestures and signs, for his life, but could not say one word to them that they could understand. However, they made signs to him to sit down at the foot of a tree hard by. And one of the Englishmen, with a piece of rope yarn, which he had by great chance in his pocket, tied his 2 hands behind him. And there they left him, and with what speed they could made after the other 2, which were gone before, fearing they, or any more of them, should find way to their covered place in the woods, where their wives, and the few goods they had left, lay. They came once in sight of the 2 men, but it was at a great distance. However, they had the satisfaction to see them cross over a valley towards the sea, quite the contrary way from that which led to their retreat, which they were afraid of. And being satisfied with that, they went back to the tree where they left their prisoner, who, as they supposed, was delivered by his comrades, for he was gone, and the 2 pieces of rope yarn with which they had bound him lay just at the foot of the tree. They were now in as great concern as before, not knowing what course to take, or how near the enemy might be, or in what number. So they resolved to go away to the place where their wives were, to see if all was well there, and to make them easy. These were in fright enough, to be sure, for though the savages were their own countrymen, yet they were most terribly afraid of them, and perhaps the more for the knowledge they had of them. When they came there, they found the savages had been in the wood, and very near that place, but had not found it, for it was indeed inaccessible from the trees standing so thick, unless the persons seeking it had been directed by those that knew it, which these did not. They found, therefore, everything very safe, only the women in a terrible fright. While they were here, they had the comfort to have 7 of the Spaniards come to their assistance. The other 10, with their servants and Friday's father, were gone in a body to defend their bower, and the corn and cattle that were kept there, in case the savages should have roved over to that side of the country, but they did not spread so far. With the 7 Spaniards came one of the 3 savages, who, as I said, were their prisoners formerly, and with them also came the savage whom the Englishmen had left bound hand and foot at the tree, for it seems they came that way, saw the slaughter of the 7 men, and unbound the 8th and brought him along with them, where, however, they were obliged to bind again, as they had the 2 others who were left when the 3rd ran away. The prisoners now began to be a burden to them, and they were so afraid of their escaping that they were once resolving to kill them all, believing they were under an absolute necessity to do so for their own preservation. However, the chief of the Spaniards would not consent to it, but ordered, for the present, that they should be sent out of the way to my old cave in the valley, and be kept there with 2 Spaniards to guard them, and have food for their subsistence. Which was done, and they were bound their hand and foot for that night. When the Spaniards came, the 2 Englishmen were so encouraged that they could not satisfy themselves to stay any longer there, but taking 5 of the Spaniards, and themselves, with 4 muskets and a pistol among them, and 2 stout quarterstaves, away they went in quest of the savages. And first they came to the tree where the men lay that had been killed. But it was easy to see that some more of the savages had been there, for they had attempted to carry their dead men away, and had dragged 2 of them a good way, but had given it over. From thence they advanced to the first rising ground, where they had stood and seen their camp destroyed, and where they had the mortification still to see some of the smoke. But neither could they here see any of the savages. They then resolved, though with all possible caution, to go forward towards their ruined plantation. But a little before they came thither, coming in sight of the seashore, they saw plainly the savages all embarked again in their canoes, in order to be gone. They seemed sorry at first that there was no way to come at them, to give them a parting blow, but upon the whole they were very well satisfied to be rid of them. The poor Englishmen being now twice ruined, and all their improvements destroyed, the rest all agreed to come and help them to rebuild, and assist them with needful supplies. their 3 countrymen, who were not yet noted for having the least inclination to do any good. Yet as soon as they heard of it, for they, living remote eastward, knew nothing of the matter till all was over, came and offered their help and assistance, and did, very friendly, work for several days to restore their habitation and make necessaries for them. And thus in a little time they were set upon their legs again. About 2 days after this, they had the farther satisfaction of seeing 3 of the savages' canoes come driving on shore, and, at some distance from them, 2 drowned men, by which they had reason to believe that they had met with a storm at sea, which had overset some of them. For it had blown very hard the night after they went off. However, as some might miscarry so, on the other hand, enough of them escaped to inform the rest, as well of what they had done as of what had happened to them, and to whet them on to another enterprise of the same nature, which they, it seems, resolved to attempt, with sufficient force to carry all before them. For except what the first man had told them of inhabitants, they could say little of it of their own knowledge, for they never saw one man, and the fellow being killed that had affirmed it, they had no other witness to confirm it to them. Chapter via Great Victory. It was 5 or 6 months after this before they heard any more of the savages, in which time our men were in hopes they had either forgot their former bad luck or given over hopes of better, when, on a sudden, they were invaded with a most formidable fleet of no less than 8 and 20 canoes, full of savages, armed with bows and arrows, great clubs, wooden swords, and such like engines of war. And they brought such numbers with them, that, in short, it put all our people into the utmost consternation. As they came on shore in the evening, and at the easternmost side of the island, our men had that night to consult and consider what to do. In the first place, knowing that their being entirely concealed was their only safety before, and would be much more so now, while the number of their enemies would be so great, they resolved, first of all, to take down the huts which were built for the 2 Englishmen, and drive away their goats to the old cave, because they supposed the savages would go directly thither as soon as it was day, to play the old game over again, though they did not now land within 2 leagues of it. In the next place, they drove away all the flocks of goats they had at the old bower, as I called it, which belonged to the Spaniards, and, in short, left as little appearance of inhabitants anywhere as was possible. And the next morning early they posted themselves, with all their force, at the plantation of the 2 men to wait for their coming. As they guessed, so it happened. These new invaders, leaving their canoes at the east end of the island, came ranging along the shore, directly towards the place. To the number of 250, as near as our men could judge. Our army was but small indeed, but, that which was worse, they had not arms for all their number. The whole account, it seems, stood thus: first, as to men, 17 Spaniards, 5 Englishmen, old Friday, the 3 slaves taken with the women, who proved very faithful, and 3 other slaves, who lived with the Spaniards, To arm these they had 11 muskets, 5 pistols, 3 fowling pieces. 5 muskets or fowling pieces, which were taken by me from the mutinous seamen whom I reduced, 2 swords, and 3 old halberds. To their slaves they did not give either musket or fusee, but they had each a halberd, or a long staff like a quarterstaff, with a great spike of iron fastened into each end of it, and by his side a hatchet. Also every one of our men had a hatchet. 2 of the women could not be prevailed upon, but they would come into the fight, and they had bows and arrows, which the Spaniards had taken from the savages when the first action happened, which I have spoken of, where the Indians fought with one another, and the women had hatchets too. The chief Spaniard, whom I described so often, commanded the whole, and Will Atkins, who, though a dreadful fellow for wickedness, was a most daring, bold fellow, commanded under him. The savages came forward like lions, and our men, which was the worst of their fate, had no advantage in their situation, only that Will Atkins, who now proved a most useful fellow with 6 men, was planted just behind a small thicket of bushes as an advanced guard, with orders to let the first of them pass by and then fire into the middle of them, and as soon as he had fired, to make his retreat as nimbly as he could round a part of the wood, and so come in behind the Spaniards, where they stood, having a thicket of trees before them. When the savages came on, they ran straggling about every way in heaps, out of all manner of order, and Will Atkins let about 50 of them pass by him. Then seeing the rest come in a very thick throng, he orders 3 of his men to fire. Having loaded their muskets with 6 or 7 bullets apiece, about as big as large pistol bullets. How many they killed or wounded they knew not, but the consternation and surprise was inexpressible among the savages. They were frightened to the last degree to hear such a dreadful noise, and see their men killed, and others hurt, but see nobody that did it, when, in the middle of their fright, Will Atkins and his other 3 let fly again among the thickest of them, and in less than a minute the first 3, being loaded again, gave them a third volley. Had Will Atkins and his men retired immediately as soon as they had fired, as they were ordered to do, or had the rest of the body been at hand to have poured in their shot continually, the savages had been effectually routed. For the terror that was among them came principally from this, that they were killed by the gods with thunder and lightning, and could see nobody that hurt them. But Will Atkins, staying to load again, discovered the cheat. Some of the savages who were at a distance spying them, came upon them behind, and though Atkins and his men fired at them also 2 or 3 times, and killed above 20, retiring as fast as they could, yet they wounded Atkins himself, and killed one of his fellow Englishmen with their arrows, as they did afterwards one Spaniard. And one of the Indian slaves who came with the women. This slave was a most gallant fellow, and fought most desperately, killing 5 of them with his own hand. Having no weapon but one of the armed staves and a hatchet, our men being thus hard laid at, Atkins wounded, and 2 other men killed, retreated to a rising ground in the wood, and the Spaniards, after firing 3 volleys upon them, retreated also. For their number was so great, and they were so desperate, that though above 50 of them were killed, and more than as many wounded, yet they came on in the teeth of our men, fearless of danger, and shot their arrows like a cloud. And it was observed that their wounded men, who were not quite disabled, were made outrageous by their wounds, and fought like madmen. When our men retreated, they left the Spaniard and the Englishmen that were killed behind them. And the savages, when they came up to them, killed them over again in a wretched manner, breaking their arms, legs, and heads with their clubs and wooden swords like true savages. But finding our men were gone, they did not seem inclined to pursue them, but drew themselves up in a ring, which is, it seems, their custom, and shouted twice in token of their victory, after which they had the mortification to see several of their wounded men fall, dying with the mere loss of blood. The Spaniard governor, having drawn his little body up together upon a rising ground, Atkins, though he was wounded, would have had them march and charge again all together at once. But the Spaniard replied, "Señor Atkins, you see how their wounded men fight. Let them alone till morning. All the wounded men will be stiff and sore with their wounds, and faint with the loss of blood, and so we shall have the fewer to engage." This advice was good, but Will Atkins replied merrily, "That is true, Señor, and so shall I too, and that is the reason I would go on while I am warm." "Well, Señor Atkins," says the Spaniard, "you have behaved gallantly and done your part. We will fight for you if you cannot come on, but I think it best to stay till morning." So they waited, but as it was a clear moonlight night, and they found the savages in great disorder about their dead and wounded men, and a great noise and hurry among them where they lay, they afterwards resolved to fall upon them in the night, especially if they could come to give them but one volley before they were discovered, which they had a fair opportunity to do, for one of the Englishmen, in whose quarter it was where the fight began, led them round between the woods and the seaside westward, and then turning short south, they came so near where the thickest of them lay, that before they were seen or heard 8 of them fired in among them, and did dreadful execution upon them. In half a minute more 8 others fired after them, pouring in their small shot in such a quantity that abundance were killed and wounded. And all this while they were not able to see who hurt them, or which way to fly. The Spaniards charged again with the utmost expedition, and then divided themselves into 3 bodies, and resolved to fall in among them all together. They had in each body 8 persons, that is to say, 22 men and the 2 women, who, by the way, fought desperately. They divided the firearms equally in each party, as well as the halberds and staves. They would have had the women kept back, but they said they were resolved to die with their husbands. Having thus formed their little army, they marched out from among the trees, and came up to the teeth of the enemy, shouting and howling as loud as they could. The savages stood all together, but were in the utmost confusion, hearing the noise of our men shouting from 3 quarters together. They would have fought if they had seen us. For as soon as we came near enough to be seen, some arrows were shot, and poor old Friday was wounded, though not dangerously. But our men gave them no time, but running up to them, fired among them 3 ways, and then fell in with the butt ends of their muskets. Their swords, armed staves, and hatchets, and laid about them so well that, in a word, they set up a dismal screaming and howling, flying to save their lives which way soever they could. Our men were tired with the execution, and killed or mortally wounded in the 2 fights about 180 of them. The rest, being frightened out of their wits, scoured through the woods and over the hills, with all the speed that fear and nimble feet could help them to. And as we did not trouble ourselves much to pursue them, they got all together to the seaside, where they landed and where their canoes lay. But their disaster was not at an end yet, for it blew a terrible storm of wind that evening from the sea, so that it was impossible for them to go off. Nay, the storm continuing all night, when the tide came up, their canoes were most of them driven by the surge of the sea so high upon the shore that it required infinite toil to get them off. And some of them were even dashed to pieces against the beach. Our men, though glad of their victory, yet got little rest that night. But having refreshed themselves as well as they could, they resolved to march to that part of the island where the savages were fled, and see what posture they were in. This necessarily led them over the place where the fight had been, and where they found several of the poor creatures not quite dead, and yet past recovering life, a sight disagreeable enough to generous minds. For a truly great man, though obliged by the law of battle to destroy his enemy, takes no delight in his misery. However, there was no need to give any orders in this case, for their own savages, who were their servants, dispatched these poor creatures with their hatchets. At length they came in view of the place where the more miserable remains of the savages' army lay, where there appeared about 100 still. Their posture was generally sitting upon the ground, with their knees up towards their mouth, and the head put between the 2 hands, leaning down upon the knees. When our men came within 2 musket shots of them, the Spaniard governor ordered 2 muskets to be fired without ball, to alarm them. This he did, that by their countenance he might know what to expect, whether they were still in heart to fight, or were so heartily beaten as to be discouraged, and so he might manage accordingly. This stratagem took, for as soon as the savages heard the first gun, and saw the flash of the second, they started up upon their feet in the greatest consternation imaginable. And as our men advanced swiftly towards them, they all ran screaming and yelling away, with a kind of howling noise, which our men did not understand, and had never heard before, and thus they ran up the hills into the country. At first our men had much rather the weather had been calm, and they had all gone away to sea. But they did not then consider that this might probably have been the occasion of their coming again in such multitudes as not to be resisted, or at least to come so many and so often as would quite desolate the island and starve them. Will Atkins, therefore, who notwithstanding his wound kept always with them, proved the best counselor in this case. His advice was to take the advantage that offered and step in between them and their boats, and so deprive them of the capacity of ever returning any more to plague the island. They consulted long about this, and some were against it for fear of making the wretches fly to the woods and live there desperate, and so they should have them to hunt like wild beasts, be afraid to stir out about their business, and have their plantations continually rifled, all their tame goats destroyed, and in short, be reduced to a life of continual distress. Will Atkins told them they had better have to do with 100 men than with 100 nations, that, as they must destroy their boats, so they must destroy the men or be all of them destroyed themselves. In a word, he showed them the necessity of it so plainly that they all came into it. So they went to work immediately with the boats, and getting some dry wood together from a dead tree, they tried to set some of them on fire, but they were so wet that they would not burn. However, the fire so burned the upper part that it soon made them unfit for use at sea. When the Indians saw what they were about, some of them came running out of the woods, and coming as near as they could to our men, kneeled down and cried, "Oa, oa, Warmakoa," and some other words of their language, which none of the others understood anything of. But as they made pitiful gestures and strange noises, it was easy to understand they begged to have their boats spared, and that they would be gone, and never come there again. But our men were now satisfied that they had no way to preserve themselves or to save their colony, but effectually to prevent any of these people from ever going home again, depending upon this, that if even so much as one of them got back into their country to tell the story, the colony was undone, so that, letting them know that they should not have any mercy, they fell to work with their canoes, and destroyed every one that the storm had not destroyed before. At the sight of which, the savages raised a hideous cry in the woods, which our people heard plain enough, after which they ran about the island like distracted men, so that, in a word, our men did not really know what at first to do with them, nor did the Spaniards, with all their prudence, consider that, while they made those people thus desperate, they ought to have kept a good guard at the same time upon their plantations. For though it is true they had driven away their cattle, and the Indians did not find out their main retreat, I mean my old castle at the hill, nor the cave in the valley, yet they found out my plantation at the Bower, and pulled it all to pieces, and all the fences and planting about it, trod all the corn under foot, tore up the vines and grapes, being just then almost ripe, and did our men inestimable damage, though to themselves not one farthing's worth of service, though our men were able to fight them upon all occasions. Yet they were in no condition to pursue them, or hunt them up and down. For as they were too nimble of foot for our people when they found them single, so our men durst not go abroad single, for fear of being surrounded with their numbers. The best was they had no weapons, for though they had bows, they had no arrows left, nor any materials to make any, nor had they any edge tool among them. The extremity and distress they were reduced to was great, and indeed deplorable. But at the same time, our men were also brought to very bad circumstances by them. For though their retreats were preserved, yet their provision was destroyed, and their harvests spoiled, and what to do, or which way to turn themselves, they knew not. The only refuge they had now was the stock of cattle they had in the valley by the cave, and some little corn which grew there, and the plantation of the 3 Englishmen, while Atkins and his comrades were now reduced to 2, one of them being killed by an arrow, which struck him on the side of his head, just under the temple, so that he never spoke more. And it was very remarkable that this was the same barbarous fellow that cut the poor savage slave with his hatchet, and who afterwards intended to have murdered the Spaniards. I looked upon their case to have been worse at this time than mine was at any time. After I first discovered the grains of barley and rice, and got into the manner of planting and raising my corn, and my tame cattle. For now they had, as I may say, 100 wolves upon the island, which would devour everything they could come at, yet could be hardly come at themselves. When they saw what their circumstances were, the first thing they concluded was, that they would, if possible, drive the savages up to the farther part of the island, southwest, that if any more came on shore they might not find one another. Then, that they would daily hunt and harass them, and kill as many of them as they could come at, till they had reduced their number. And if they could at last tame them, and bring them to anything, they would give them corn, and teach them how to plant and live upon their daily labor. In order to do this, they so followed them, and so terrified them with their guns, that in a few days, if any of them fired a gun at an Indian, if he did not hit him, yet he would fall down for fear. So dreadfully frightened were they that they kept out of sight farther and farther, till at last our men followed them, and almost every day killing or wounding some of them, they kept up in the woods or hollow places so much, that it reduced them to the utmost misery for want of food, and many were afterwards found dead in the woods, without any hurt, absolutely starved to death. When our men found this, it made their hearts relent, and pity moved them, especially the generous-minded Spaniard governor, and he proposed, if possible, to take one of them alive and bring him to understand what they meant, so far as to be able to act as interpreter, and go among them and see if they might be brought to some conditions that might be depended upon, to save their lives and do us no harm. It was some while before any of them could be taken, but being weak and half-starved, one of them was at last surprised and made a prisoner. He was sullen at first and would neither eat nor drink, but finding himself kindly used, and victuals given to him, and no violence offered him. He at last grew tractable and came to himself. They often brought old Friday to talk to him, who always told him how kind the others would be to them all, that they would not only save their lives, but give them part of the island to live in, provided they would give satisfaction that they would keep in their own bounds, and not come beyond it to injure or prejudice others, and that they should have corn given them to plant, and make it grow for their bread, and some bread given them for their present subsistence. And old Friday bade the fellow go and talk with the rest of his countrymen, and see what they said to it, assuring them that, if they did not agree immediately, they should be all destroyed. The poor wretches, thoroughly humbled, and reduced in number to about 37, closed with the proposal at the first offer, and begged to have some food given them, upon which 12 Spaniards and 2 Englishmen, well armed, with 3 Indian slaves and old Friday, marched to the place where they were. The 3 Indian slaves carried them a large quantity of bread, some rice boiled up to cakes and dried in the sun, and 3 live goats. And they were ordered to go to the side of a hill, where they sat down, ate their provisions very thankfully, and were the most faithful fellows to their words that could be thought of. For, except when they came to beg victuals and directions, they never came out of their bounds, and there they lived when I came to the island and I went to see them. They had taught them both to plant corn, make bread, breed tame goats, and milk them. They wanted nothing but wives in order for them soon to become a nation. They were confined to a neck of land, surrounded with high rocks behind them, and lying plain towards the sea before them, on the southeast corner of the island. They had land enough, and it was very good and fruitful, about 1.5 miles broad, and 3 or 4 miles in length. Our men taught them to make wooden spades, such as I made for myself, and gave among them 12 hatchets and 3 or 4 knives. And there they lived, the most subjected, innocent creatures that ever were heard of. After this, the colony enjoyed a perfect tranquility with respect to the savages, till I came to revisit them, which was about 2 years after. Not but that, now and then, some canoes of savages came on shore for their triumphal, unnatural feasts, but as they were of several nations, and perhaps had never heard of those that came before, or the reason of it, they did not make any search or inquiry after their countrymen, and if they had, it would have been very hard to have found them out. Thus, I think, I have given a full account of all that happened to them till my return, at least that was worth notice. The Indians were wonderfully civilized by them, and they frequently went among them, but they forbid, on pain of death, any one of the Indians coming to them, because they would not have their settlement betrayed again. One thing was very remarkable, viz., that they taught the savages to make wickerwork or baskets, but they soon outdid their masters, for they made abundance of ingenious things in wickerwork, particularly baskets, sieves, bird cages, cupboards, and see as also chairs, stools, beds, couches, being very ingenious at such work, when they were once put in the way of it. My coming was a particular relief to these people, because we furnished them with knives, scissors, spades, shovels, pickaxes, and all things of that kind which they could want. With the help of those tools, they were so very handy that they came at last to build up their huts or houses very handsomely, rattling or working it up like basket work all the way round. This piece of ingenuity, although it looked very odd, was an exceeding good fence, as well against heat as against all sorts of vermin, and our men were so taken with it that they got the Indians to come and do the like for them. So that when I came to see the two Englishmen's colonies, they looked at a distance as if they all lived like bees in a hive. As for Will Atkins, who was now become a very industrious, useful, and sober fellow, he had made himself such a tent of basket work as I believe was never seen. It was 120 paces round on the outside. As I measured by my steps, the walls were as close worked as a basket, in panels or squares of 32 in number, and very strong, standing about 7 feet high. In the middle was another not above 22 paces round, but built stronger, being octagon in its form, and in the 8 corners stood 8 very strong posts, round the top of which he laid strong pieces, knit together with wooden pins, from which he raised a pyramid for a handsome roof of 8 rafters, joined together very well, though he had no nails, and only a few iron spikes, which he made himself, too, out of the old iron that I had left there. Indeed, this fellow showed abundance of ingenuity in several things which he had no knowledge of. He made him a forge, with a pair of wooden bellows to blow the fire. He made himself charcoal for his work, and he formed out of the iron crows a middling good anvil to hammer upon. In this manner he made many things, but especially hooks, staples, and spikes, bolts, and hinges. But to return to the house, after he had pitched the roof of his innermost tent, he worked it up between the rafters with basket work, so firm, and thatched that over again so ingeniously with rice straw, and over that a large leaf of a tree which covered the top, that his house was as dry as if it had been tiled or slated. He owned, indeed, that the savages had made the basket work for him. The outer circuit was covered as a lean-to all round this inner apartment, and long rafters lay from the 32 angles to the top posts of the inner house, being about 20 feet distant, so that there was a space like a walk within the outer wicker wall, and without the inner, near 20 feet wide. The inner place he partitioned off with the same wickerwork, but much fairer, and divided into 6 apartments, so that he had 6 rooms on a floor, and out of every one of these there was a door, first into the entry, or coming into the main tent, another door into the main tent, and another door into the space or walk that was round it. So that walk was also divided into 6 equal parts, which served not only for a retreat, but to store up any necessaries which the family had occasion for, these 6 spaces not taking up the whole circumference. What other apartments the outer circle had were thus ordered. As soon as you were in at the door of the outer circle, you had a short passage straight before you to the door of the inner house. But on either side was a wicker partition and a door in it, by which you went first into a large room or storehouse, 20 feet wide and about 30 feet long, and through that into another not quite so long, so that in the outer circle were 10 handsome rooms, 6 of which were only to be come at through the apartments of the inner tent, and served as closets or retiring rooms to the respective chambers of the inner circle, and 4 large warehouses or barns, or what you please to call them, which went through one another, 2 on either hand of the passage that led through the outer door to the inner tent. Such a piece of basket-work, I believe, was never seen in the world, nor a house or tent so neatly contrived, much less so built. In this great beehive lived the 3 families, that is to say, Will Atkins and his companion. The third was killed, but his wife remained with 3 children, and the other 2 were not at all backward to give the widow her full share of everything. I mean as to their corn, milk, grapes, and sea, and when they killed a kid or found a turtle on the shore. So that they all lived well enough, though it was true they were not so industrious as the other 2, as has been observed already. One thing, however, cannot be omitted, viz., that as for religion, I do not know that there was anything of that kind among them. They often, indeed, put one another in mind that there was a God, by the very common method of seamen, swearing by his name. Nor were their poor ignorant savage wives much better for having been married to Christians, as we must call them, for as they knew very little of God themselves, so they were utterly incapable of entering into any discourse with their wives about a God, or to talk anything to them concerning religion. The utmost of all the improvement which I can say the wives had made from them was, that they had taught them to speak English pretty well, and most of their children, who were near 20 in all, were taught to speak English too. From their first learning to speak, though they at first spoke it in a very broken manner, like their mothers. None of these children were above 6 years old when I came thither, for it was not much above 7 years since they had fetched these 5 savage ladies over. They had all children, more or less. The mothers were all a good sort of well-governed, quiet, laborious women, modest and decent, helpful to one another, mighty observant, and subject to their masters. I cannot call them husbands, and lacked nothing but to be well instructed in the Christian religion, and to be legally married, both of which were happily brought about afterwards by my means, or at least in consequence of my coming among them. Chapter VI. The French Clergyman's Council, having thus given an account of the colony in general, and pretty much of my runagate Englishmen, I must say something of the Spaniards, who were the main body of the family, and in whose story there are some incidents also remarkable enough. I had a great many discourses with them about their circumstances when they were among the savages. They told me readily that they had no instances to give of their application or ingenuity in that country, that they were a poor, miserable, dejected handful of people, that even if means had been put into their hands, yet they had so abandoned themselves to despair, and were so sunk under the weight of their misfortune, that they thought of nothing but starving. One of them, a grave and sensible man, told me he was convinced they were in the wrong, that it was not the part of wise men to give themselves up to their misery, but always to take hold of the helps which reason offered, as well for present support as for future deliverance. He told me that grief was the most senseless, insignificant passion in the world, for that it regarded only things past, which were generally impossible to be recalled or to be remedied, but had no views of things to come, and had no share in anything that looked like deliverance, but rather added to the affliction than proposed a remedy. And upon this he repeated a Spanish proverb which, though I cannot repeat in the same words that he spoke it in, yet I remember I made it into an English proverb of my own, thus: "In trouble to be troubled is to have your trouble doubled." He then ran on in remarks upon all the little improvements I had made in my solitude. My unwearied application, as he called it, and how I had made a condition which in its circumstances was at first much worse than theirs, 1,000 times more happy than theirs was, even now when they were all together. He told me it was remarkable that Englishmen had a greater presence of mind in their distress than any people that ever he met with, that their unhappy nation and the Portuguese were the worst men in the world to struggle with misfortunes, for that their first step in dangers, after the common efforts were over, was to despair, lie down under it, and die without rousing their thoughts up to proper remedies for escape. I told him their case and mine differed exceedingly, that they were cast upon the shore without necessaries, without supply of food, or present sustenance till they could provide for it. That it was true. I had this further disadvantage and discomfort, that I was alone, but then the supplies I had providentially thrown into my hands, by the unexpected driving of the ship on the shore, was such a help as would have encouraged any creature in the world to have applied himself as I had done. "Senya," says the Spaniard, "had we poor Spaniards been in your case, we should never have got half those things out of the ship, as you did. Nay," says he, "we should never have found means to have got a raft to carry them, or to have got the raft on shore without boat or sail. And how much less should we have done if any of us had been alone?" Well, I desired him to abate his compliments, and go on with the history of their coming on shore, where they landed. He told me they unhappily landed at a place where there were people without provisions, whereas, had they had the common sense to put off to sea again, and gone to another island a little further, they had found provisions, though without people, there being an island that way, as they had been told, where there were provisions, though no people, that is to say, that the Spaniards of Trinidad had frequently been there, and had filled the island with goats and hogs at several times. where they had bred in such multitudes, and where turtle and sea fowls were in such plenty, that they could have been in no want of flesh, though they had found no bread, whereas here they were only sustained with a few roots and herbs, which they understood not, and which had no substance in them, and which the inhabitants gave them sparingly enough, and they could treat them no better, unless they would turn cannibals and eat men's flesh. They gave me an account how many ways they strove to civilize the savages they were with, and to teach them rational customs in the ordinary way of living, but in vain, and how they retorted upon them as unjust that they who came there for assistance and support should attempt to set up for instructors to those that gave them food, intimating, it seems, that none should set up for the instructors of others, but those who could live without them. They gave me dismal accounts of the extremities they were driven to, how sometimes they were many days without any food at all, the island they were upon being inhabited by a sort of savages that lived more indolent, and for that reason were less supplied with the necessaries of life than they had reason to believe others were in the same part of the world. And yet they found that these savages were less ravenous and voracious than those who had better supplies of food. Also, they added, they could not but see with what demonstrations of wisdom and goodness the governing providence of God directs the events of things in this world, which they said appeared in their circumstances. For if, pressed by the hardships they were under, and the barrenness of the country where they had searched after a better to live in, they had then been out of the way of the relief that happened to them by my means. They then gave me an account how the savages whom they lived amongst expected them to go out with them into their wars, and it was true that as they had firearms with them, had they not had the disaster to lose their ammunition, they could have been serviceable not only to their friends, but have made themselves terrible both to friends and enemies, but being without powder and shot, and yet in a condition that they could not in reason decline to go out with their landlords to their wars. So when they came into the field of battle, they were in a worse condition than the savages themselves, for they had neither bows nor arrows, nor could they use those the savages gave them, so they could do nothing but stand still and be wounded with arrows, till they came up to the teeth of the enemy, and then, indeed, the 3 halberds they had were of use to them, and they would often drive a whole little army before them with those halberds, and sharpened sticks put into the muzzles of their muskets. But for all this they were sometimes surrounded with multitudes, and in great danger from their arrows, till at last they found the way to make themselves large targets of wood, which they covered with skins of wild beasts, whose names they knew not. And these covered them from the arrows of the savages, that, notwithstanding these, they were sometimes in great danger. And 5 of them were once knocked down together with the clubs of the savages, which was the time when one of them was taken prisoner, that is to say, the Spaniard whom I relieved. At first they thought he had been killed, But when they afterwards heard he was taken prisoner, they were under the greatest grief imaginable, and would willingly have all ventured their lives to have rescued him. They told me that, when they were so knocked down, the rest of their company rescued them, and stood over them fighting till they were come to themselves, all but him whom they thought had been dead. And then they made their way with their halberds and pieces, standing close together in a line, through a body of above 1,000 savages, beating down all that came in their way, got the victory over their enemies, but to their great sorrow, because it was with the loss of their friend, whom the other party finding alive, carried off with some others, as I gave an account before. They described, most affectionately, how they were surprised with joy at the return of their friend and companion in misery, who they thought had been devoured by wild beasts of the worst kind wild men, and yet how more and more they were surprised with the account he gave them of his errand, and that there was a Christian in any place near, much more one that was able and had humanity enough to contribute to their deliverance. They described how they were astonished at the sight of the relief I sent them, and at the appearance of loaves of bread, things they had not seen since their coming to that miserable place. How often they crossed it and blessed it as bread sent from heaven, and what a reviving cordial it was to their spirits to taste it, as also the other things I had sent for their supply. And, after all, they would have told me something of the joy they were in at the sight of a boat and pilots, to carry them away to the person and place from whence all these new comforts came. But it was impossible to express it by words, for their excessive joy naturally driving them to unbecoming extravagances. They had no way to describe them, but by telling me they bordered upon lunacy, having no way to give vent to their passions suitable to the sense that was upon them, that in some it worked one way and in some another, and that some of them, through a surprise of joy, would burst into tears, others be stark mad, and others immediately faint. This discourse extremely affected me, and called to my mind Friday's ecstasy when he met his father, and the poor people's ecstasy when I took them up at sea after their ship was on fire. The joy of the mate of the ship when he found himself delivered in the place where he expected to perish, and my own joy when, after 28 years' captivity, I found a good ship ready to carry me to my own country. All these things made me more sensible of the relation of these poor men, and more affected with it. Having thus given a view of the state of things as I found them, I must relate the heads of what I did for these people, and the condition in which I left them. It was their opinion, and mine too, that they would be troubled no more with the savages, or if they were, they would be able to cut them off, if they were twice as many as before, so they had no concern about that. Then I entered into a serious discourse with the Spaniard, whom I call governor, about their stay in the island, for as I was not come to carry any of them off, so it would not be just to carry off some and leave others, who, perhaps, would be unwilling to stay if their strength was diminished. On the other hand, I told them I came to establish them there, not to remove them, and then I let them know that I had brought with me relief of sundry kinds for them, that I had been at a great charge to supply them with all things necessary, as well for their convenience as their defense, and that I had such and such particular persons with me, as well to increase and recruit their number, as by the particular necessary employments which they were bred to, being artificers, to assist them in those things in which at present they were in want. They were all together when I talked thus to them, and before I delivered to them the stores I had brought, I asked them, one by one, if they had entirely forgot and buried the first animosities that had been among them, and would shake hands with one another, and engage in a strict friendship and union of interest, that so there might be no more misunderstandings and jealousies. Will Atkins, with abundance of frankness and good humor, said they had met with affliction enough to make them all sober, and enemies enough to make them all friends, that, for his part, he would live and die with them, and was so far from designing anything against the Spaniards, that he owned they had done nothing to him but what his own mad humor made necessary, and what he would have done, and perhaps worse in their case, and that he would ask them pardon if I desired it, for the foolish and brutish things he had done to them, and was very willing and desirous of living in terms of entire friendship and union with them, and would do anything that lay in his power to convince them of it. And as for going to England, he cared not if he did not go thither these 20 years. The Spaniards said they had, indeed, at first disarmed, and excluded Will Atkins and his 2 countrymen for their ill conduct, as they had let me know, and they appealed to me for the necessity they were under to do so. But that Will Atkins had behaved himself so bravely in the great fight they had with the savages, and on several occasions since, and had showed himself so faithful to, and concerned for, the general interest of them all, that they had forgotten all that was past, and thought he merited as much to be trusted with arms and supplied with necessaries as any of them, that they had testified their satisfaction in him by committing the command to him next to the governor himself, and as they had entire confidence in him and all his countrymen, so they acknowledged they had merited that confidence by all the methods that honest men could merit to be valued and trusted. And they most heartily embraced the occasion of giving me this assurance, that they would never have any interest separate from one another. Upon these frank and open declarations of friendship, we appointed the next day to dine all together, and, indeed, we made a splendid feast. I caused the ship's cook and his mate to come on shore and dress our dinner, and the old cook's mate we had on shore assisted. We brought on shore 6 pieces of good beef and 4 pieces of pork out of the ship's provisions, with our punch bowl and materials to fill it, and in particular I gave them 10 bottles of French claret and 10 bottles of English beer, things that neither the Spaniards nor the English had tasted for many years, and which it may be supposed they were very glad of. The Spaniards added to our feast 5 whole kids, which the cooks roasted, and 3 of them were sent, covered up close, on board the ship to the seamen, that they might feast on fresh meat from on shore, as we did with their salt meat from on board. After this feast, at which we were very innocently merry, I brought my cargo of goods, wherein, that there might be no dispute about dividing, I showed them that there was a sufficiency for them all, desiring that they might all take an equal quantity, when made up, of the goods that were for wearing. As, first, I distributed linen sufficient to make every one of them 4 shirts, and at the Spaniards' request, afterwards made them up 6. These were exceeding comfortable to them, having been what they had long since forgot the use of, or what it was to wear them. I allotted the thin English stuffs, which I mentioned before, to make everyone a light coat, like a frock, which I judged fittest for the heat of the season, cool and loose, and ordered that whenever they decayed, they should make more as they thought fit, the like for pumps, shoes, stockings, hats, and see, I cannot express what pleasure sat upon the countenances of all these poor men when they saw the care I had taken of them, and how well I had furnished them. They told me I was a father to them, and that having such a correspondent as I was in so remote a part of the world, it would make them forget that they were left in a desolate place, and they all voluntarily engaged to me not to leave the place without my consent. Then I presented to them the people I had brought with me, particularly the tailor, the smith, and the 2 carpenters, all of them most necessary people, but above all my general artificer, than whom they could not name anything that was more useful to them, and the tailor, to show his concern for them, went to work immediately, and with my leave made them every one a shirt, the first thing he did. And what was still more, he taught the women not only how to sew and stitch, and use the needle, but made them assist to make the shirts for their husbands, and for all the rest. As to the carpenters, I scarce need mention how useful they were, for they took to pieces all my clumsy, unhandy things, and made clever, convenient tables, stools, bedsteads, cupboards, lockers, shelves, and everything they wanted of that kind. But to let them see how nature made artificers at first, I carried the carpenters to see Will Atkins's basket house, as I called it, and they both owned they never saw an instance of such natural ingenuity before, nor anything so regular and so handily built, at least of its kind. And one of them, when he saw it, after musing a good while, turning about to me, "I am sure," says he, "that man has no need of us. You need do nothing but give him tools." Then I brought them out all my store of tools, and gave every man a digging spade, a shovel, and a rake, for we had no barrows or plows, and to every separate place a pickaxe, a crow, a broad axe, and a saw, always appointing that as often as any were broken or worn out, they should be supplied without grudging out of the general stores that I left behind, nails, staples, hinges, hammers, chisels, knives, scissors, and all sorts of ironwork. They had without reserve, as they required, for no man would take more than he wanted, and he must be a fool that would waste or spoil them on any account whatever. And for the use of the smith, I left 2 tons of unwrought iron for a supply. My magazine of powder and arms, which I brought them, was such, even to profusion, that they could not but rejoice at them. For now they could march as I used to do, with a musket upon each shoulder if there was occasion, and were able to fight 1,000 savages, if they had but some little advantages of situation, which also they could not miss. If they had occasion, I carried on shore with me the young man whose mother was starved to death, and the maid also. She was a sober, well-educated, religious young woman, and behaved so inoffensively that everyone gave her a good word. She had indeed an unhappy life with us, there being no woman in the ship but herself, but she bore it with patience. After a while, seeing things so well ordered, and in so fine a way of thriving upon my island, and considering that they had neither business nor acquaintance in the East Indies, or reason for taking so long a voyage, both of them came to me, and desired I would give them leave to remain on the island, and be entered among my family, as they called it. I agreed to this readily, and they had a little plot of ground allotted to them, where they had 3 tents or houses set up, surrounded with a basket-work, palisadoed like Atkins's, adjoining to his plantation. Their tents were contrived so that they had each of them a room apart to lodge in, and a middle tent like a great storehouse to lay their goods in, and to eat and to drink in. And now the other 2 Englishmen removed their habitation to the same place. And so the island was divided into 3 colonies, and no more viz. The Spaniards with old Friday and the first servants. At my habitation under the hill, which was, in a word, the capital city, and where they had so enlarged and extended their works, as well under as on the outside of the hill, that they lived, though perfectly concealed, yet full at large. Never was there such a little city in a wood, and so hid, in any part of the world. For I verify believe that 1,000 men might have ranged the island a month, and, if they had not known there was such a thing, and looked on purpose for it, they would not have found it. Indeed, the trees stood so thick and so close, and grew so fast woven one into another, that nothing but cutting them down first could discover the place, except the only 2 narrow entrances where they went in and out could be found, which was not very easy. One of them was close down at the water's edge, on the side of the creek, and it was afterwards above 200 yards to the place, and the other was up a ladder at twice, as I have already described it. And they had also a large wood, thickly planted on the top of the hill, containing above an acre, which grew apace, and concealed the place from all discovery there, with only one narrow place between 2 trees, not easily to be discovered. To enter on that side, the other colony was that of Will Atkins, where there were 4 families of Englishmen. I mean those I had left there, with their wives and children. 3 savages that were slaves, the widow and children of the Englishman that was killed, the young man and the maid, and by the way, we made a wife of her before we went away. There were besides the 2 carpenters and the tailor, whom I brought with me for them, also the smith, who was a very necessary man to them, especially as a gunsmith to take care of their arms, and my other man, whom I called Jack of all trades, who was in himself as good almost as 20 men, for he was not only a very ingenious fellow, but a very merry fellow, and before I went away, we married him to the honest maid that came with the youth in the ship I mentioned before. And now I speak of marrying. It brings me naturally to say something of the French ecclesiastic that I had brought with me out of the ship's crew, whom I took up at sea. It is true this man was a Roman, and perhaps it may give offense to some hereafter if I leave anything extraordinary upon record of a man whom, before I begin, I must, to set him out in just colors, represent in terms very much to his disadvantage in the account of Protestants. As first, that he was a papist, secondly, a popish priest, and thirdly, a French popish priest. But justice demands of me to give him a due character, and I must say, he was a grave, sober, pious, and most religious person, exact in his life, extensive in his charity, and exemplary in almost everything he did. What then can anyone say against being very sensible of the value of such a man, notwithstanding his profession? Though it may be my opinion, perhaps, as well as the opinion of others who shall read this, that he was mistaken. The first hour that I began to converse with him, after he had agreed to go with me to the East Indies, I found reason to delight exceedingly in his conversation. And he first began with me about religion in the most obliging manner imaginable. Sir, says he, you have not only under God, and at that he crossed his breast, saved my life, but you have admitted me to go this voyage in your ship, and by your obliging civility have taken me into your family, giving me an opportunity of free conversation. Now, sir, you see by my habit what my profession is, and I guess by your nation what yours is. I may think it is my duty, and doubtless it is so, to use my utmost endeavors on all occasions, to bring all the souls I can to the knowledge of the truth, and to embrace the Catholic doctrine. But as I am here under your permission, and in your family, I am bound, in justice to your kindness as well as in decency and good manners, to be under your government. And therefore I shall not, without your leave, enter into any debate on the points of religion in which we may not agree, further than you shall give me leave. I told him his carriage was so modest that I could not but acknowledge it, that it was true we were such people as they call heretics, but that he was not the first Catholic I had conversed with without falling into inconveniences, or carrying the questions to any height in debate, that he should not find himself the worse used for being of a different opinion from us, and if we did not converse without any dislike on either side, it should be his fault, not ours. He replied that he thought all our conversation might be easily separated from disputes, that it was not his business to cap principles with every man he conversed with, and that he rather desired me to converse with him as a gentleman than as a religionist, and that, if I would give him leave at any time to discourse upon religious subjects, he would readily comply with it, and that he did not doubt, but I would allow him also to defend his own opinions as well as he could, but that without my leave he would not break in upon me with any such thing. He told me further that he would not cease to do all that became him in his office as a priest, as well as a private Christian, to procure the good of the ship, and the safety of all that was in her. And though, perhaps, we would not join with him, and he could not pray with us, he hoped he might pray for us, which he would do upon all occasions. In this manner we conversed, and as he was of the most obliging, gentlemanlike behavior, so he was, if I may be allowed to say so, a man of good sense, and, as I believe, of great learning. He gave me a most diverting account of his life, and of the many extraordinary events of it, of many adventures which had befallen him in the few years that he had been abroad in the world, and particularly, it was very remarkable, that in the voyage he was now engaged, and he had had the misfortune to be 5 times shipped and unshipped, and never to go to the place whither any of the ships he was in were at first designed, that his first intent was to have gone to Martinico, and that he went on board a ship bound thither at St. Malo, but being forced into Lisbon by bad weather, the ship received some damage by running aground in the mouth of the river Tagus, and was obliged to unload her cargo there. But finding a Portuguese ship there bound for the Madeiras, and ready to sail, and supposing he should meet with a ship there bound to Martinico, he went on board in order to sail to the Madeiras. But the master of the Portuguese ship, being but an indifferent mariner, had been out of his reckoning, and they drove to Fale, where, however, he happened to find a very good market for his cargo, which was corn, and therefore resolved not to go to the Madeiras, but to load salt at the Isle of May, and to go away to Newfoundland. He had no remedy in this exigence but to go with the ship, and had a pretty good voyage as far as the Banks, so they call the place where they catch the fish, where, meeting with a French ship bound from France to Quebec, and from thence to Martinico to carry provisions, he thought he should have an opportunity to complete his first design. But when he came to Quebec, the master of the ship died, and the vessel proceeded no further. So the next voyage he shipped himself for France, in the ship that was burned when we took them up at sea, and then shipped with us for the East Indies, as I have already said. Thus he had been disappointed in 5 voyages, all, as I may call it, in one voyage, besides what I shall have occasion to mention further of him. But I shall not make digression into other men's stories, which have no relation to my own. So I return to what concerns our affair in the island. He came to me one morning, for he lodged among us all the while we were upon the island, and it happened to be just when I was going to visit the Englishmen's colony, at the furthest part of the island, I say he came to me and told me with a very grave countenance that he had for 2 or 3 days desired an opportunity of some discourse with me, which he hoped would not be displeasing to me, because he thought it might in some measure correspond with my general design, which was the prosperity of my new colony, and perhaps might put it, at least more than he yet thought it was, in the way of God's blessing. I looked a little surprised at the last of his discourse, and turning a little short, "How, sir," said I, "can it be said that we are not in the way of God's blessing, after such visible assistances and deliverances as we have seen here, and of which I have given you a large account? If you had pleased, sir," said he, with a world of modesty and yet great readiness, "to have heard me, you would have found no room to have been displeased, much less to think so hard of me that I should suggest that you have not had wonderful assistances and deliverances, and I hope, on your behalf, that you are in the way of God's blessing, and your design is exceeding good, and will prosper. But, sir, though it were more so than is even possible to you, yet there may be some among you that are not equally right in their actions. And you know that in the story of the children of Israel, one Achan in the camp removed God's blessing from them, and turned his hand so against them, that 36 of them, though not concerned in the crime, were the objects of divine vengeance, and bore the weight of that punishment. I was sensibly touched with this discourse, and told him his inference was so just, and the whole design seemed so sincere, and was really so religious in its own nature, that I was very sorry I had interrupted him, and begged him to go on, and in the meantime, because it seemed that what we had both to say might take up some time, I told him I was going to the Englishmen's plantations, and asked him to go with me, and we might discourse of it by the way. He told me he would the more willingly wait on me thither, because there partly the thing was acted which he desired to speak to me about. So we walked on, and I pressed him to be free and plain with me in what he had to say. "Why then, sir," said he, "be pleased to give me leave to lay down a few propositions, as the foundation of what I have to say, that we may not differ in the general principles, though we may be of some differing opinions in the practice of particulars. First, sir, though we differ in some of the doctrinal articles of religion, and it is very unhappy it is so, especially in the case before us, as I shall show afterwards, yet there are some general principles in which we both agree that there is a God, and that this God having given us some stated general rules for our service and obedience, we ought not willingly and knowingly to offend him, either by neglecting to do what he has commanded, or by doing what he has expressly forbidden. And let our different religions be what they will, this general principle is readily owned by us all, that the blessing of God does not ordinarily follow presumptuous sinning against his command, and every good Christian will be affectionately concerned to prevent any that are under his care living in a total neglect of God and his commands. It is not your men being Protestants, whatever my opinion may be of such, that discharges me from being concerned for their souls and from endeavoring, if it lies before me, that they should live in as little distance from enmity with their Maker as possible, especially if you give me leave to meddle so far in your circuit. I could not yet imagine what he aimed at, and told him I granted all he had said, and thanked him that he would so far concern himself for us, and begged he would explain the particulars of what he had observed, that like Joshua, to take his own parable, I might put away the accursed thing from us. Why then, sir, says he, I will take the liberty you give me, and there are three things which, if I am right, must stand in the way of God's blessing upon your endeavors here, and which I should rejoice, for your sake and their own, to see removed. And, sir, I promise myself that you will fully agree with me in them all, as soon as I name them, especially because I shall convince you that every one of them may, with great ease, and very much to your satisfaction, be remedied. First, sir, says he, you have here 4 Englishmen, who have fetched women from among the savages, and have taken them as their wives, and have had many children by them all, and yet are not married to them after any stated legal manner, as the laws of God and man require. To this, sir, I know, you will object that there was no clergyman or priest of any kind to perform the ceremony, nor any pen and ink or paper to write down a contract of marriage and have it signed between them. And I know also, sir, what the Spaniard governor has told you. I mean of the agreement that he obliged them to make when they took those women, viz., that they should choose them out by consent, and keep separately to them, which, by the way, is nothing of a marriage, no agreement with the women as wives, but only an agreement among themselves to keep them from quarreling. But, sir, the essence of the sacrament of matrimony, so he called it, being a Roman, consists not only in the mutual consent of the parties to take one another as man and wife, but in the formal and legal obligation that there is in the contract to compel the man and woman, at all times, to own and acknowledge each other, obliging the man to abstain from all other women, to engage in no other contract while these subsist, and, on all occasions, as ability allows, to provide honestly for them and their children, and to oblige the women to the same or like conditions on their side. Now, sir, says he, these men may, when they please, or when occasion presents, abandon these women, disown their children, leave them to perish, and take other women and marry them while these are living. And here he added, with some warmth, how, sir, is God honored in this unlawful liberty? And how shall a blessing succeed your endeavors in this place, however good in themselves, and however sincere in your design, while these men, who at present are your subjects, under your absolute government and dominion, are allowed by you to live in open adultery? I confess I was struck with the thing itself, but much more with the convincing arguments he supported it with. But I thought to have got off my young priest by telling him that all that part was done when I was not there, and that they had lived so many years with them now, that if it was adultery, it was past remedy, nothing could be done in it now. Sir, says he, asking your pardon for such freedom, you are right in this, that, it being done in your absence, you could not be charged with that part of the crime. But I beseech you, flatter not yourself that you are not. Therefore, under an obligation to do your utmost now to put an end to it, you should legally and effectually marry them. And as, sir, my way of marrying may not be easy to reconcile them to, though it will be effectual, even by your own laws, so your way may be as well before God, and as valid among men. I mean by a written contract signed by both man and woman, and by all the witnesses present, which all the laws of Europe would decree to be valid. I was amazed to see so much true piety, and so much sincerity of zeal, besides the unusual impartiality in his discourse, as to his own party or church, and such true warmth for preserving people that he had no knowledge of or relation to from transgressing the laws of God. But recollecting what he had said of marrying them by a written contract, which I knew he would stand to, I returned it back upon him, and told him I granted all that he had said to be just, and on his part very kind, that I would discourse with the men upon the point now. When I came to them, and I knew no reason why they should scruple to let him marry them all, which I knew well enough would be granted to be as authentic and valid in England as if they were married by one of our own clergymen. I then pressed him to tell me what was the second complaint which he had to make, acknowledging that I was very much his debtor for the first, and thanking him heartily for it. He told me he would use the same freedom and plainness in the second, and hoped I would take it as well, and this was, that notwithstanding these English subjects of mine, as he called them, had lived with these women almost 7 years, had taught them to speak English and even to read it, and that they were, as he perceived, women of tolerable understanding, and capable of instruction, yet they had not, to this hour, taught them anything of the Christian religion, no, not so much as to know there was a God, or a worship, or in what manner God was to be served, or that their own idolatry, and worshipping they knew not whom, was false and absurd. This, he said, was an unaccountable neglect, and what God would certainly call them to account for, and perhaps at last take the work out of their hands. He spoke this very affectionately and warmly. I am persuaded, says he, had those men lived in the savage country whence their wives came, the savages would have taken more pains to have brought them to be idolaters, and to worship the devil, than any of these men, so far as I can see, have taken with them to teach the knowledge of the true God. Now, sir, said he, though I do not acknowledge your religion, or you mine, yet we would be glad to see the devil's servants, and the subjects of his kingdom taught to know religion, and that they might, at least, hear of God and a Redeemer and the resurrection, and of a future state things which we all believe, that they might, at least, be so much nearer coming into the bosom of the true church than they are now in the public profession of idolatry and devil worship. I could hold no longer. I took him in my arms and embraced him eagerly. "How far," said I to him, "have I been from understanding the most essential part of a Christian, viz., to love the interest of the Christian Church and the good of other men's souls? I scarce have known what belongs to the being a Christian." "Oh, sir, do not say so," replied he. "This thing is not your fault." "No," said I, "but why did I never lay it to heart as well as you?" "It is not too late yet," said he. "Be not too forward to condemn yourself." "But what can be done now?" said I. "You see I am going away. Will you give me leave to talk with these poor men about it?" "Yes, with all my heart," said I, "and oblige them to give heed to what you say too." "As to that," said he, "we must leave them to the mercy of Christ, but it is your business to assist them, encourage them, and instruct them. And if you give me leave, and God his blessing, I do not doubt but the poor ignorant souls shall be brought home to the great circle of Christianity, if not into the particular faith we all embrace, and that even while you stay here." Upon this I said, "I shall not only give you leave, but give you 1,000 thanks for it." I now pressed him for the third article in which we were to blame. "Why, really," says he, "it is of the same nature. It is about your poor savages, who are, as I may say, your conquered subjects. It is a maxim, sir, that is or ought to be received among all Christians, of what church or pretended church soever, that the Christian knowledge ought to be propagated by all possible means and on all possible occasions. It is on this principle that our church sends missionaries into Persia, India, and China, and that our clergy, even of the superior sort, willingly engage in the most hazardous voyages and the most dangerous residence amongst murderers and barbarians, to teach them the knowledge of the true God, and to bring them over to embrace the Christian faith. Now, sir, you have such an opportunity here to have 6 or 7 and 30 poor savages brought over from a state of idolatry to the knowledge of God, their Maker and Redeemer, that I wonder how you can pass such an occasion of doing good, which is really worth the expense of a man's whole life." I was now struck dumb indeed, and had not one word to say. I had here the spirit of true Christian zeal for God and religion before me. As for me, I had not so much as entertained a thought of this in my heart before, and I believe I should not have thought of it, for I looked upon these savages as slaves, and people whom, had we not had any work for them to do, we would have used as such, or would have been glad to have transported them to any part of the world, for our business was to get rid of them, and we would all have been satisfied if they had been sent to any country, so they had never seen their own. I was confounded at his discourse, and knew not what answer to make him. He looked earnestly at me, seeing my confusion. "Sir," says he, "I shall be very sorry if what I have said gives you any offense." "No, no," said I am offended with nobody but myself, but I am perfectly confounded, not only to think that I should never take any notice of this before, but with reflecting what notice I am able to take of it now. You know, sir, said I, what circumstances I am in. I am bound to the East Indies in a ship freighted by merchants, and to whom it would be an insufferable piece of injustice to detain their ship here, the men lying all this while at victuals and wages on the owner's account. It is true, I agreed to be allowed 12 days here, and if I stay more, I must pay £3 sterling per diem demurrage. Nor can I stay upon demurrage above 8 days more, and I have been here 13 already. So that I am perfectly unable to engage in this work, unless I would suffer myself to be left behind here again, in which case, if this single ship should miscarry in any part of her voyage, I should be just in the same condition that I was left in here at first, and from which I have been so wonderfully delivered. He owned the case was very hard upon me as to my voyage, but laid it home upon my conscience whether the blessing of saving 37 souls was not worth venturing all I had in the world for. I was not so sensible of that as he was. I replied to him thus: "Why, sir, it is a valuable thing, indeed, to be an instrument in God's hand to convert 37 heathens to the knowledge of Christ. But as you are an ecclesiastic and are given over to the work, so it seems so naturally to fall in the way of your profession. How is it, then, that you do not rather offer yourself to undertake it than to press me to do it?" Upon this he faced about just before me as he walked along, and putting me to a full stop, made me a very low bow. "I most heartily thank God and you, sir," said he, "for giving me so evident a call to so blessed a work. And if you think yourself discharged from it, and desire me to undertake it, I will most readily do it, and think it a happy reward for all the hazards and difficulties of such a broken, disappointed voyage as I have met with, that I am dropped at last into so glorious a work." I discovered a kind of rapture in his face while he spoke this to me. His eyes sparkled like fire. His face glowed, and his color came and went. In a word, he was fired with the joy of being embarked in such a work. I paused a considerable while before I could tell what to say to him, for I was really surprised to find a man of such sincerity, and who seemed possessed of a zeal beyond the ordinary rate of men. But after I had considered it a while, I asked him seriously if he was in earnest, and that he would venture, on the single consideration of an attempt to convert those poor people, to be locked up in an unplanted island for perhaps his life, and at last might not know whether he should be able to do them good or not. He turned short upon me and asked me what I called a venture. "Pray, sir," said he, "what do you think I consented to go in your ship to the East Indies for?" "I," said I, "that I know not, unless it was to preach to the Indians." "Doubtless it was." Said he, "and do you think, if I can convert these 37 men to the faith of Jesus Christ, it is not worth my time, though I should never be fetched off the island again? Nay, is it not infinitely of more worth to save so many souls than my life is? Or the life of 20 more of the same profession?" "Yes, sir," says he. I would give God thanks all my days if I could be made the happy instrument of saving the souls of those poor men. Though I were never to get my foot off this island or see my native country any more. But since you will honor me with putting me into this work, for which I will pray for you all the days of my life, I have one humble petition to you besides. What is that? Said I, why, says he, it is that you will leave your man Friday with me, to be my interpreter to them and to assist me, for without some help I cannot speak to them, or they to me. I was sensibly touched at his requesting Friday, because I could not think of parting with him, and that for many reasons. He had been the companion of my travels. He was not only faithful to me, but sincerely affectionate to the last degree. And I had resolved to do something considerable for him if he outlived me, as it was probable he would. Then I knew that, as I had bred Friday up to be a Protestant, it would quite confound him to bring him to embrace another religion, and he would never, while his eyes were open, believe that his old master was a heretic and would be damned, and this might in the end ruin the poor fellow's principles, and so turn him back again to his first idolatry. However, a sudden thought relieved me in this strait, and it was this. I told him I could not say that I was willing to part with Friday on any account whatever, though a work that to him was of more value than his life ought to be of much more value than the keeping or parting with a servant. On the other hand, I was persuaded that Friday would by no means agree to part with me, and I could not force him to it without his consent, without manifest injustice. Because I had promised I would never send him away, and he had promised and engaged that he would never leave me unless I sent him away. He seemed very much concerned at it, for he had no rational access to these poor people, seeing he did not understand one word of their language, nor they one of his. To remove this difficulty, I told him Friday's father had learned Spanish, which I found he also understood, and he should serve him as an interpreter, so he was much better satisfied, and nothing could persuade him, but he would stay and endeavor to convert them. But Providence gave another very happy turn to all this. I come back now to the first part of his objections. When we came to the Englishmen, I sent for them all together, and after some account given them of what I had done for them, viz., what necessary things I had provided for them, and how they were distributed, which they were very sensible of, and very thankful for, I began to talk to them of the scandalous life they led, and gave them a full account of the notice the clergyman had taken of it, and arguing how unchristian and irreligious a life it was. I first asked them if they were married men or bachelors. They soon explained their condition to me, and showed that two of them were widowers, and the other three were single men or bachelors. I asked them with what conscience they could take these women and call them their wives, and have so many children by them, and not be lawfully married to them. They all gave me the answer I expected, viz., that there was nobody to marry them. that they agreed before the governor to keep them as their wives, and to maintain them and own them as their wives. And they thought, as things stood with them, they were as legally married as if they had been married by a parson, and with all the formalities in the world. I told them that no doubt they were married in the sight of God, and were bound in conscience to keep them as their wives, but that the laws of men being otherwise, they might desert the poor women and children hereafter, and that their wives, being poor desolate women, friendless and moneyless, would have no way to help themselves. I therefore told them that unless I was assured of their honest intent, I could do nothing for them, but would take care that what I did should be for the women and children without them, and that, unless they would give me some assurances that they would marry the women, I could not think it was convenient they should continue together as man and wife, for that it was both scandalous to men and offensive to God, who they could not think would bless them if they went on thus. All this went on as I expected, and they told me, especially Will Atkins, who now seemed to speak for the rest, that they loved their wives as well as if they had been born in their own native country, and would not leave them on any account whatever. And they did verily believe that their wives were as virtuous and as modest, and did, to the utmost of their skill, as much for them and for their children as any woman could possibly do. And they would not part with them on any account. Will Atkins, for his own particular, added that if any man would take him away, and offer to carry him home to England, and make him captain of the best man-o'-war in the navy, he would not go with him if he might not carry his wife and children with him. And if there was a clergyman in the ship, he would be married to her now with all his heart. This was just as I would have it. The priest was not with me at that moment, but he was not far off. So to try him further, I told him I had a clergyman with me, and if he was sincere, I would have him married next morning, and bade him consider of it, and talk with the rest. He said, as for himself, he need not consider of it at all, for he was very ready to do it, and was glad I had a minister with me, and he believed they would be all willing also. I then told him that my friend, the minister, was a Frenchman and could not speak English, but I would act the clerk between them. He never so much as asked me whether he was a papist or Protestant, which was, indeed, what I was afraid of. We then parted, and I went back to my clergyman, and Will Atkins went in to talk with his companions. I desired the French gentleman not to say anything to them till the business was thoroughly ripe, and I told him what answer the men had given me. Before I went from their quarter, they all came to me and told me they had been considering what I had said, that they were glad to hear I had a clergyman in my company, and they were very willing to give me the satisfaction I desired, and to be formally married as soon as I pleased, for they were far from desiring to part with their wives, and that they meant nothing but what was very honest when they chose them. So I appointed them to meet me the next morning, and in the meantime, they should let their wives know the meaning of the marriage law, and that it was not only to prevent any scandal, but also to oblige them that they should not forsake them, whatever might happen. The women were easily made sensible of the meaning of the thing, and were very well satisfied with it, as indeed they had reason to be. So they failed not to attend all together at my apartment next morning, where I brought out my clergyman. And though he had not on a minister's gown, after the manner of England, or the habit of a priest, after the manner of France, yet having a black vest something like a cassock, with a sash round it, he did not look very unlike a minister. And as for his language, I was his interpreter, but the seriousness of his behavior to them, and the scruples he made of marrying the women, because they were not baptized and professed Christians, gave them an exceeding reverence for his person, and there was no need, after that, to inquire whether he was a clergyman or not. Indeed, I was afraid his scruples would have been carried so far as that he would not have married them at all. Nay, notwithstanding all I was able to say to him, he resisted me, though modestly, yet very steadily, and at last refused absolutely to marry them, unless he had first talked with the men and the women too. And though at first I was a little backward to it, yet at last I agreed to it with a good will, perceiving the sincerity of his design. When he came to them, he let them know that I had acquainted him with their circumstances and with the present design, that he was very willing to perform that part of his function and marry them, as I had desired, but that before he could do it, he must take the liberty to talk with them. He told them that in the sight of all indifferent men, and in the sense of the laws of society, they had lived all this while in a state of sin, and that it was true that nothing but the consenting to marry, or effectually separating them from one another, could now put an end to it. But there was a difficulty in it, too, with respect to the laws of Christian matrimony, which he was not fully satisfied about, that of marrying one that is a professed Christian to a savage, an idolater, and a heathen one that is not baptized, and yet that he did not see that there was time left to endeavor to persuade the women to be baptized, or to profess the name of Christ, whom they had, he doubted, heard nothing of, and without which they could not be baptized. He told them he doubted they were but indifferent Christians themselves, that they had but little knowledge of God or of his ways, and therefore he could not expect that they had said much to their wives on that head yet, but that unless they would promise him to use their endeavors with their wives to persuade them to become Christians, and would, as well as they could, instruct them in the knowledge and belief of God that made them, and to worship Jesus Christ that redeemed them. He could not marry them, for he would have no hand in joining Christians with savages, nor was it consistent with the principles of the Christian religion, and was, indeed, expressly forbidden in God's law. They heard all this very attentively, and I delivered it very faithfully to them from his mouth, as near his own words as I could, only sometimes adding something of my own, to convince them how just it was, and that I was of his mind, and I always very carefully distinguished between what I said from myself and what were the clergyman's words. They told me it was very true what the gentleman said, that they were very indifferent Christians themselves, and that they had never talked to their wives about religion. Lord, sir, says Will Atkins, how should we teach them religion? Why, we know nothing ourselves, and besides, sir, said he, should we talk to them of God and Jesus Christ, and heaven and hell, it would make them laugh at us, and ask us what we believe ourselves. And if we should tell them that we believe all the things we speak of to them, such as of good people going to heaven, and wicked people to the devil, they would ask us where we intend to go ourselves. That believe all this, and are such wicked fellows as we indeed are, why, sir, 'tis enough to give them a surfeit of religion at first hearing. Folks must have some religion themselves before they begin to teach other people. Will Atkins, said I to him, though I am afraid that what you say has too much truth in it, yet can you not tell your wife she is in the wrong, that there is a God and a religion better than her own, that her gods are idols, that they can neither hear nor speak, that there is a great being that made all things, and that can destroy all that he has made, that he rewards the good and punishes the bad, and that we are to be judged by him at last for all we do here. You are not so ignorant, but even nature itself will teach you that all this is true, and I am satisfied you know it all to be true. And believe it yourself. That is true, sir, said Atkins. But with what face can I say anything to my wife of all this, when she will tell me immediately it cannot be true? Not true. Said I, what do you mean by that? Why, sir, said he, she will tell me it cannot be true that this God I shall tell her of can be just, or can punish or reward, since I am not punished and sent to the devil. That have been such a wicked creature as she knows I have been, even to her and to everybody else, and that I should be suffered to live. That have been always acting so contrary to what I must tell her is good, and to what I ought to have done. Why, truly, Atkins, said I am afraid thou speakest too much truth. And with that I informed the clergyman of what Atkins had said, for he was impatient to know. Oh, said the priest, tell him there is one thing will make him the best minister in the world to his wife, and that is repentance. For none teach repentance like true penitence. He wants nothing but to repent, and then he will be so much the better qualified to instruct his wife. He will then be able to tell her that there is not only a God, and that he is the just rewarder of good and evil, but that he is a merciful being, and with infinite goodness and long-suffering forbears to punish those that offend, waiting to be gracious, and willing not the death of a sinner, but rather that he should return and live, and even reserves damnation to the general day of retribution, that it is a clear evidence of God and of a future state that righteous men receive not their reward, or wicked men their punishment, till they come into another world. And this will lead him to teach his wife the doctrine of the resurrection and of the last judgment, let him but repent himself. He will be an excellent preacher of repentance to his wife. I repeated all this to Atkins, who looked very serious all the while and, as we could easily perceive, was more than ordinarily affected with it, when being eager, and hardly suffering me to make an end. I know all this, master, says he, and a great deal more, but I have not the impudence to talk thus to my wife, when God and my conscience know, and my wife will be an undeniable evidence against me, that I have lived as if I had never heard of a God or future state, or anything about it. And to talk of my repenting, alas! And with that he fetched a deep sigh, and I could see that the tears stood in his eyes. "'Tis past all that with me. Past it, Atkins," said I. "What dost thou mean by that?" "I know well enough what I mean," says he. "I mean 'tis too late, and that is too true." I told the clergyman, word for word, what he said, and this affectionate man could not refrain from tears, but recovering himself, said to me, "Ask him but one question. Is he easy that it is too late? Or is he troubled and wishes it were not so?" I put the question fairly to Atkins, and he answered with a great deal of passion. How could any man be easy in a condition that must certainly end in eternal destruction? That he was far from being easy, but that, on the contrary, he believed it would one time or other ruin him. "What do you mean by that?" said I. "Why," he said, "he believed he should one time or other cut his throat to put an end to the terror of it." The clergyman shook his head with great concern in his face when I told him all this, but turning quick to me upon it, says, "If that be his case, we may assure him it is not too late. Christ will give him repentance. But pray," says he, "explain this to him, that as no man is saved but by Christ, and the merit of his passion procuring divine mercy for him. How can it be too late for any man to receive mercy? Does he think he is able to sin beyond the power or reach of divine mercy? Pray tell him there may be a time when provoked mercy will no longer strive, and when God may refuse to hear, but that it is never too late for men to ask mercy, and we, that are Christ's servants, are commanded to preach mercy at all times, in the name of Jesus Christ, to all those that sincerely repent, so that it is never too late to repent. I told Atkins all this, and he heard me with great earnestness, but it seemed as if he turned off the discourse to the rest. For he said to me he would go and have some talk with his wife. So he went out a while, and we talked to the rest. I perceived they were all stupidly ignorant as to matters of religion, as much as I was when I went rambling away from my father. Yet there were none of them backward to hear what had been said, and all of them seriously promised that they would talk with their wives about it, and do their endeavors to persuade them to turn Christians. The clergyman smiled upon me when I reported what answer they gave, but said nothing a good while. But at last, shaking his head, "We that are Christ's servants," says he, "can go no further than to exhort and instruct, and when men comply, submit to the reproof and promise what we ask. 'Tis all we can do, we are bound to accept their good words. But believe me, sir, said he, whatever you may have known of the life of that man you call Will Atkins, I believe he is the only sincere convert among them. I will not despair of the rest. But that man is apparently struck with the sense of his past life. And I doubt not, when he comes to talk of religion to his wife, he will talk himself effectually into it. For attempting to teach others is sometimes the best way of teaching ourselves. If that poor Atkins begins but wants to talk seriously of Jesus Christ to his wife, he will assuredly talk himself into a thorough convert, make himself a penitent, and who knows what may follow. Upon this discourse, however, and their promising, as above, to endeavor to persuade their wives to embrace Christianity, he married the two other couple. But Will Atkins and his wife were not yet come in. After this, my clergyman, waiting a while, was curious to know where Atkins was gone, and turning to me said, I entreat you, sir, let us walk out of your labyrinth here and look. I dare say we shall find this poor man somewhere or other talking seriously to his wife, and teaching her already something of religion. I began to be of the same mind. So we went out together, and I carried him a way which none knew but myself, and where the trees were so very thick that it was not easy to see through the thicket of leaves, and far harder to see in than to see out. When coming to the edge of the wood, I saw Atkins and his tawny wife sitting under the shade of a bush, very eager in discourse. I stopped short till my clergyman came up to me, and then having showed him where they were, we stood and looked very steadily at them a good while. We observed him very earnest with her, pointing up to the sun, and to every quarter of the heavens, and then down to the earth, then out to the sea, then to himself, then to her, to the woods, to the trees. Now, says the clergyman, you see my words are made good. The man preaches to her. Mark him now, he is telling her that our God has made him her, and the heavens, the earth, the sea, the woods, the trees. And see, I believe he is. Said I, immediately we perceived Will Atkins start upon his feet, fall down on his knees, and lift up both his hands. We supposed he said something, but we could not hear him. It was too far for that. He did not continue kneeling half a minute, but comes and sits down again by his wife, and talks to her again. We perceived then the woman very attentive, but whether she said anything to him, we could not tell. While the poor fellow was upon his knees, I could see the tears run plentifully down my clergyman's cheeks, and I could hardly forbear myself. But it was a great affliction to us both that we were not near enough to hear anything that passed between them. Well, however, we could come no nearer for fear of disturbing them. So we resolved to see an end of this piece of still conversation, and it spoke loud enough to us without the help of voice. He sat down again, as I have said, close by her, and talked again earnestly to her, and 2 or 3 times we could see him embrace her most passionately. Another time we saw him take out his handkerchief and wipe her eyes, and then kiss her again with a kind of transport very unusual. And after several of these things, we saw him on a sudden jump up again, and lend her his hand to help her up, when immediately leading her by the hand a step or two, they both kneeled down together and continued so about 2 minutes. My friend could bear it no longer, but cries out aloud, "Saint Paul, Saint Paul, behold he prayeth." I was afraid Atkins would hear him, therefore I entreated him to withhold himself a while, that we might see an end of the scene, which to me, I must confess, was the most affecting that ever I saw in my life. Well, he strove with himself for a while, but was in such raptures to think that the poor heathen woman was become a Christian, that he was not able to contain himself. He wept several times, then throwing up his hands and crossing his breast, said over several things ejaculatory, and by the way of giving God thanks for so miraculous a testimony of the success of our endeavors. Some he spoke softly, and I could not well hear others. Some things he said in Latin, some in French. Then 2 or 3 times the tears would interrupt him, that he could not speak at all. But I begged that he would contain himself, and let us more narrowly and fully observe what was before us, which he did for a time, the scene not being near ended yet. For after the poor man and his wife were risen again from their knees, we observed he stood talking still eagerly to her, and we observed her motion, that she was greatly affected with what he said, by her frequently lifting up her hands, laying her hand to her breast, and such other postures as expressed the greatest seriousness and attention. This continued about half a quarter of an hour, and then they walked away, so we could see no more of them in that situation. I took this interval to say to the clergyman, first, that I was glad to see the particulars we had both been witnesses to, that, though I was hard enough of belief in such cases, yet that I began to think it was all very sincere here, both in the man and his wife, however ignorant they might both be, and I hoped such a beginning would yet have a more happy end. But, my friend, added I, will you give me leave to start one difficulty here? I cannot tell how to object the least thing against that affectionate concern which you show for the turning of the poor people from their paganism to the Christian religion. But how does this comfort you, while these people are, in your account, out of the pale of the Catholic Church, without which you believe there is no salvation, so that you esteem these but heretics, as effectually lost as the pagans themselves? To this he answered with abundance of candor thus, Sir, I am a Catholic of the Roman Church, and a priest of the order of St. Benedict, and I embrace all the principles of the Roman faith. But yet, if you will believe me, and that I do not speak in compliment to you, or in respect to my circumstances and your civilities, I say nevertheless, I do not look upon you, who call yourselves reformed without some charity. I dare not say, though I know it is our opinion in general, that you cannot be saved. I will by no means limit the mercy of Christ so far as think that he cannot receive you into the bosom of his church in a manner to us unperceivable. And I hope you have the same charity for us. I pray daily for you being all restored to Christ's church, by whatsoever method he, who is all-wise, is pleased to direct. In the meantime, surely you will allow it consists with me as a Roman to distinguish far between a Protestant and a pagan, between one that calls on Jesus Christ, though in a way which I do not think is according to the true faith, and a savage or a barbarian that knows no God, no Christ, no Redeemer, and if you are not within the pale of the Catholic Church, we hope you are nearer being restored to it than those who know nothing of God or of His Church. And I rejoice, therefore, when I see this poor man, who you say has been a profligate and almost a murderer, kneel down and pray to Jesus Christ, as we suppose he did, though not fully enlightened, believing that God, from whom every such work proceeds, will sensibly touch his heart, and bring him to the further knowledge of that truth in his own time. And if God shall influence this poor man to convert and instruct the ignorant savage, his wife, I can never believe that he shall be cast away himself. And have I not reason then to rejoice? The nearer any are brought to the knowledge of Christ, though they may not be brought quite home into the bosom of the Catholic Church, just at the time when I desire it, leaving it to the goodness of Christ to perfect his work in his own time and in his own way. Certainly, I would rejoice if all the savages in America were brought, like this poor woman, to pray to God, though they were all to be Protestants at first, rather than they should continue pagans or heathens, firmly believing that he that had bestowed the first light on them would farther illuminate them with a beam of his heavenly grace, and bring them into the pale of his church when he should see good. Chapter VII Conversation betwixt Will Atkins and his wife. I was astonished at the sincerity and temper of this pious papist, as much as I was oppressed by the power of his reasoning, and it presently occurred to my thoughts that if such a temper was universal, we might be all Catholic Christians, whatever church or particular profession we joined in, that a spirit of charity would soon work us all up into right principles. And as he thought that the like charity would make us all Catholics, so I told him I believed, had all the members of his church the like moderation, they would soon all be Protestants. And there we left that part, for we never disputed at all. However, I talked to him another way, and taking him by the hand, "My friend," says I wish all the clergy of the Romish Church were blessed with such moderation, and had an equal share of your charity. I am entirely of your opinion, but I must tell you that if you should preach such doctrine in Spain or Italy, they would put you into the Inquisition. It may be so, said he. I know not what they would do in Spain or Italy, but I will not say they would be the better Christians for that severity, for I am sure there is no heresy in abounding with charity. Well, as Will Atkins and his wife were gone, our business there was over, so we went back our own way. And when we came back, we found them waiting to be called in. Observing this, I asked my clergyman if we should discover to him that we had seen him under the bush or not, and it was his opinion we should not, but that we should talk to him first, and hear what he would say to us. So we called him in alone, nobody being in the place but ourselves. And I began by asking him some particulars about his parentage and education. He told me frankly enough that his father was a clergyman who would have taught him well, but that he, Will Atkins, despised all instruction and correction, and by his brutish conduct cut the thread of all his father's comforts and shortened his days. For that he broke his heart by the most ungrateful, unnatural return for the most affectionate treatment a father ever gave. In what he said there seemed so much sincerity of repentance that it painfully affected me. I could not but reflect that I, too, had shortened the life of a good, tender father by my bad conduct and obstinate self-will. I was, indeed, so surprised with what he had told me that I thought, instead of my going about to teach and instruct him, the man was made a teacher and instructor to me in a most unexpected manner. I laid all this before the young clergyman, who was greatly affected with it, and said to me, "Did I not say, sir, that when this man was converted he would preach to us all? I tell you, sir, if this one man be made a true penitent, there will be no need of me. He will make Christians of all in the island." But having a little composed myself, I renewed my discourse with Will Atkins. "But, Will," said I, "how comes the sense of this matter to touch you just now?" "W.A. Sir, you have set me about a work that has struck a dart through my very soul. I have been talking about God and religion to my wife, in order, as you directed me, to make a Christian of her, and she has preached such a sermon to me as I shall never forget while I live. R.C. No, no, it is not your wife has preached to you. But when you were moving religious arguments to her, conscience has flung them back upon you. W. A.I., sir, with such force as is not to be resisted. R.C. Pray, Will, let us know what passed between you and your wife, for I know something of it already. W.A. Sir, it is impossible to give you a full account of it. I am too full to hold it, and yet have no tongue to express it. But let her have said what she will. Though I cannot give you an account of it, this I can tell you, that I have resolved to amend and reform my life. R.C. But tell us some of it. How did you begin, Will? For this has been an extraordinary case, that is certain. She has preached a sermon indeed. If she has wrought this upon you, W.A.Y. I first told her the nature of our laws about marriage, and what the reasons were that men and women were obliged to enter into such compacts as it was neither in the power of one nor other to break, that otherwise,